Zero zero 1 1 1 0 0 1 1 0 1 0 1. Oh my gosh. We have Futurama fans out there, right? You know what we're talking about. You're gonna open your own vet office. That is so cool. I love that idea. How are you gonna do that, cuz? Oh my goodness. I think we got a couple new sound effect commands, didn't we? Who updated their sound effects recently? I know we've heard the bad mods already. I feel like a couple other people got some too. I think it was like Prince and Money. We heard Money's already though. That's the pranked one, right? Okay, so a refresher on what's happening here because it's been a couple weeks. So we came to this village that's in the middle of the desert. This society is just built on rules. Like they live by the rules, literally. They have like 128,000 rules or something like that. And we recently discovered that the land doesn't have a king because the king passed away due to contracting the Black Scrawl, the same thing that our sister Yona has. And the prince is nowhere to be found.
Be your guiding key.
So the prince is currently in a temple of some sort, and the masked people can't go to save him because it breaks one of the rules. And they can't send people to save him because that breaks another one of the rules, because I think it was like only citizens of Facade, which is the name of this town, are allowed to go to that temple. However, Kaine had saved one of the members of Facade, and that plays into another rule where anyone who has done a good deed for someone in Facade, I think, is entitled to do something, like to make a request, and they have to honor it. So the request basically is that we go in Fira's place, this one right here, to go and save the prince. So that's what we're going to go do now. See, the sound effects are super loud. Well, boy, I tell you what, I can fix that. You ready? Actually, wait a minute. I gotta look before I leap. That doesn't sound super loud to me. Are those super loud to you guys? Yo, Eagle, what's going on, man? Welcome back home. It's good to see you today.
Let's move.
After my computer nearly dying, I'm here now. Welcome back, Money. How you doing? Lost, what's up, my friend? Welcome back. Lost Damned Eye. I'm assuming this is a different Twitch account for you. Is that correct? Do I need to put the moderator privileges on this account now? Let me see. Yeah, Prince did get one. Okay. Need to be my guidance, or you'll need my guidance to get through the sandstorm. To get through the sandstorm? I didn't know we were being led by Darude fans. Look at her, she's so cute. I love the little run. Angry Ranger answered the question of the day. There it is. Hoshi, what is up? Welcome back home. How you doing? Yes, Saltstorm still works. Was that overly loud? It is kind of loud? Okay. I'll have to work on that. I don't know why it's so loud. Let me see. And that one just straight up doesn't come up. Ashley, thank you for that sub love. I appreciate that. Get the Fencey loves out there in the chat. So audio's doing some weird stuff here. Yo. Any Windows users out there got this stupid weather widget that's just getting in their way now? Nobody wants that. All right, I've got an idea. You had to Google how to remove it? You can remove it? I didn't know you could do that. Tell me. Save us. By clicking news and interests? Oh. I mean, I see it, but... Oh, I see. Oh. Oh! Thank goodness. I have been saved. Thank you, Eagle and Bad Mod. Alright. Get out of here. It won't go away. No! At least it won't open up when I scroll over it. I can't make it go away. No. That's fine. Well, I'm sorry that the alerts are so loud. That is the weirdest thing ever. Nice Grand Call results, Hoshi. That's excellent. You got the weather widget, yeah? I don't know what use it would be on a desktop. There's no point, man. It's just in the way. Yeah. Yeah, and it is a she, Mashi. The sound she makes while running sounds rather lewd. I don't think so. She just sounds tired. PlayStation stream's buffering horribly for me, so I won't hear your reply, says Lost. No! No! Oh, PS stream. I read PS is PlayStation. Man, you're getting some tough buffer suffer over there too, huh? It sucks. Okay. What was I looking into here? Oh, I remember. Currently wondering why I can't control certain sound volumes. And also, I noticed that my alerts here did not play over stream. So that's weird too. Again, I think I'm just gonna have to look at that one after stream. So sorry about no alert sounds today, fam.
It would seem we are impeding progress.
She needs to run faster.
It would seem
we're just in her way. Move! Dude, Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade is really cool. It looks so solid. Hey, Mouse! Welcome back home, man. How you doing today? How was work last night? I will guide you through the desert. Please stay close to me. All right. Remember, right? We got some wolfoos to deal with here. All right, if I do not get to your question of the day replies right away, I will get to them later on in the stream, everybody. Keepers of the Fence,
Beware the
please
wolves.
post the responses in the Keepers camp. And I'll make sure that we read them off and respond to them when we get to the discussion portion of the stream.
This sand
Since
is
we're getting
too
into
much.
some action now.
I can barely open my eyes.
The moment I open my mouth, the sand rushes inside.
Do you even have a mouth?
You don't have a mouth, book.
How does Fira deal with this?
Perhaps there is some manner of filter inside that mask of hers.
You got a sand filter in the mask.
Keep a keen eye on your surroundings.
Ow. Excuse me. I had to remember the
Stay
controls.
close to the girl now.
Oh, yeah. We can't leave her hanging. What's this one? Oh, ow! Wow, they really did make that powerful and normal. It's ridiculous. My goodness.
Fira sure is brave, isn't she?
Hunt Andrew for that ping he did a couple
Such
days
a
ago?
minuscule body, she seems to possess almost
what?
boundless stores of energy.
What ping? Oh, do you mean in the Hourha server? Hoshi, I'm excited for your guys' success, man. That's excellent. How long's it been now? We're coming up on like a year, right? Or has it already reached a year? I know we started playing like June or July. Always she gets me. She's so funny sounding. Look at her little wobble. You have to play the entirety of Remake now because you're too lazy to transfer your save data over. That's a laziness I don't feel sorry for.
Wolves.
It's so easy. But any reason to replay Remake is a good reason. Such a good game. We did it!
This girl
Right, here we
must
go.
possess extreme patriotism. Look how she gives all for the sake of her prince.
Oh, I'm in her way again. Whoops. Ben, man. All right. Thanks for your response. I'll be sure to get to it in a little while, okay? Thanks for sharing, man. Welcome back and enjoy your lurk. Her mask looks like the one specific one from The Legend of Zelda. You think it looks like Majora's? Oh my god! Scyther! What's up, man? Welcome back home. How the heck are you? The Baron Temple is just ahead. Oh, and one more thing. Oh, a map. We definitely need that. Alright. Here we go. We don't have the desert map, though, so I have no idea where we are in the world. This is as far as I can go.
Thanks for your help.
What a good lass. Thanks, Fira. Alright, let's go save ourselves a prince. How do you hug in Spanish? Oh, man. I hope you've been doing good, Sai. It's a normal hug, but you chant muy. Muy, 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 muy. Hello, Sid. What's up, man? Welcome back home. How are you doing? I always forget about this particular track, but it's so good. It's just haunting. Sealed by a mysterious force. And we got the celestial alphabet here. I love that this is like a common theme in all of Yoko Taro's games. He always uses this alphabet to represent magic. Yeah. They did a good job with Kaine's model in this game. Leaping rabbit. The following actions are prohibited in this room. Assuming that means we don't get to jump.
What was that supposed to mean?
Alright. Don't shoot! I have puzzles to solve. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Right, so we still can't jump. Look out, Kaine. Doing all right. This is the new NieR game. I have a friend who praises the one that came before. Ironically, this is the first one. NieR Automata is the sequel to this one, but this is the remake of the original that came out after an Automata. So I guess it is both the new one and the old one. All right, now wait just a minute. Yeah, cool. Put it right there in the middle. So I pull this one out. Good to hear that you're doing all right, though. Also, your friend has good taste. NieR is one of the best franchises, in my opinion. Bam! 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 We did it. I feel so Legend of Zelda. All right. Oh, master of the trial, it is time to devote yourself to the next rule. Begin with these arbitrary rules.
Bother.
I wonder what this prince is like.
The man is tasked to protect his people, and yet he's made them toil to save him. I think that tells us everything we need to know.
What exactly does that tell you?
That he is an incompetent fool.
What did you say?
Did I just hear someone?
I don't remember that in the original. I don't remember the prince responding to Vice. Man, that's awesome. I want to play NieR now, but I wonder if it's on Switch. It's not on Switch, unfortunately. PS4, Xbox One, and PC. Couldn't get into it myself. I gotta recognize quality storytelling. It's so good, man. It's so good. Are you talking about... You're still talking about NieR, right? What about NieR did you not enjoy? Just out of curiosity. Also, I know I missed something here. Oh, Eagle. Oh, you answered the question of the day. Okay. Previous job, you learned programming and built and released 3 augmented reality apps in 2 years? That's amazing. That's so cool, dude. You know, AR's getting big these days. It's a valuable skill to have. More bells! How dare you insult me?
Where
Bow down
did
and beg
you
for
come
forgiveness.
from, boy?
I'm no boy. I'm the 93rd Prince of Facade.
Wait, seriously? But you're just a kid.
You're the one to talk. You're hardly any older than... Oh?
What?
What is this thing? Just carries him off. Bye. I guess we better go after him. Weiss has no filter at all. Not at all. Alright, Cloud. We'll see you in 20 minutes, bud. Following actions are prohibited in this room. The leaping rabbit and stationary owl. These sound like yoga poses we're not allowed to do.
Well, that was unusual.
Come on, we have to help him.
Or we
Oh,
could simply...
I guess. Oh, wait, I'm not allowed to stand still. Okay. Oh, man. I don't know what it is. I purchased Automata and was like, I don't understand what's going on, both when it came to gameplay and from the story. I'm mostly just confused and have little attention span and patience. Yeah, okay, so if you're not wanting to like invest yourself in it fully, I could definitely see that. Because it's a game that kind of like, I don't want to say it demands it, but it definitely like strongly asks you to immerse yourself in its mythology. Friends, what's up, man? Welcome back home. In Tanner time, 20 minutes is 5 hours.
Sorry,
I believe it.
What now?
Yes, we have to play by the rules.
Ugh. All right, so I don't get to stop moving. I feel like Slurms McKenzie. Let's party! There we go. Did it again. Oh, master of the trial, it's time to devote yourself to the next rule. I wish I made the rules. Yes, Emil is amazing. Definitely one of my favorite game characters. Hup. 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 Alright. Real quick, I'm just doing a reset on this. There we go. I even tried to invest myself. It just didn't grab me, I guess. Gameplay's pretty dope, though. Hey, every game's not for everybody, right? I get it, man. You gave it a real shot, though. That's what matters. Yeah, it is definitely one of the best action RPGs that I've ever played, just in terms of gameplay. Automata specifically. It's very fun to do almost everything, action-wise, in that game. I haven't felt like I've played as solid of an action RPG since like Kingdom Hearts. It's just polished up really nicely. Alright, following actions are prohibited in this room. The racing wolf, the evasive mouse, and the magic spewing bat. Alright, so we cannot fire off any magic. We can't dodge, we cannot sprint. Okay. Mashi, spoilers! We get Fizz to voice act all video game effort noises. They're gonna get real silly real fast. I'll probably do it just inadvertently. Oh, thank you for the hydration reminder.
God damn it! This shit's starting to piss me off!
Kaine!
No! No magic spewing bat!
What in the... Oh, are you fucking kidding me? Let me go! Let me... I'm gonna kill you when I get out of here!
I assume we'll have to find her as well.
Yep.
Oh, man. Kaine. Oh, can't do anything in this house. What? Why did I get... Does that constitute as me running? Oh gosh, that's so dumb. Listen here, you. I'm gonna walk over to you real calmly and make you think about what's coming to you. You son of a bitch. Oh no! I ran! No! This was so dumb. Wait, can't we jump? Oh, we can jump! Loopholes, sucker! Uh-oh. Oh! No! Alright, well that's fine. We can just do this. Hup! 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 Up! Up! Dang it. Oh, this is the dumbest room. Up! Up! Accidentally took too quick of a step. Up! 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 Ah! Oh no! Oh! Ah! Why do they break? No! Suck it, rules! Come on, Vince, you can do it. Pave the way, put your back into it. Alright, now I can run. Awesome. To the next one. No, you are definitely not the only one who would keep dying on that room. The room sucks. Okay, so all these rooms are so wonderfully and thoughtfully sealed. Oh, hey, look at this. These are some neat details I don't remember from the original. What do we got here? We got, it's just like plants and butterflies. It's a nice little mural. I like that it's like pixelated. Looks pretty cool. Okay, Kaine has no filter either. No. She is probably the one with the least amount of filter in this whole game. Oh, man. Yeah, I know, Money. I know. That's why I said it's a spoiler. I'm so sorry that happened. Oh, wait. What the hell? What room were we supposed to go to? I must have missed it. Very cool. Nice job. Gotta be up here, right? Or did I just go the wrong way after one of these? Oh, duh. I was thinking I was one level higher. You watched Soul earlier. I don't know that one. Oh, that's the one that. Oh, that's the one with John Baptiste? That's right. Okay, I remember now. We heard about that one because we were watching The Late Show. Stephen Colbert talked about it. That was a bit ago, though. Protected turtle, a magic spewing bat. Okay. No magic, no guarding. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We're gonna move up like the Spartans. All right. Okay, and then... Oh! Eagle! With that sub love. Thanks for that Prime sub, man. I appreciate it. Get some Vince T love out in the chat. Alright. Look here. I already forgot which rules were prohibited. Just blocking and, something. Does it say again? It's not say again. Blocking, magic. Right? We can actually push this one forward. Alright. And from here, we should just be able to jump right on over. Hello! Cool. Who needs filters anyway? Alright, cool. No, it would still be in your best interest to do it, Money. It's a very worthwhile storyline. I still have to finish that up, too. Young Crusaders gather round, we'll beat sin into the ground. Oh, Money, did you say something about Strangers of Paradise earlier, by the way? Yeah, I wondered what you were gonna think about it. It needs a lot of polish. I think it's fun. I had a good time with it, but it has a lot of issues, or a lot of things I take issue with, rather. We'll see what happens. I don't know. I wasn't expecting a lot, though, considering it was made by the people who did Dissidia NT. And I did really enjoy that game once I got over how different it was. But that game had a lot of flaws as well, just like from a design standpoint and fundamentals like server issues and things like that when it's a multiplayer game. Like, I hope that Strangers of Paradise pulls it together. All right, no dodging, no magic. Okay. Whoa. Did not like that. Whoop. 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 Up. Up. Yeah, that was like the easiest one. Sprinted and jumped through this whole room and somehow didn't get hit. Yup. I think I did that in our first playthrough. I seem to remember doing something like that. It is. You're right, Ashley. Those poor, poor Crusaders. They're just doing what they thought was right. The attack button being R1 is not great. Yeah, I wish they didn't do that either. I like the synchronized breathing in that game. Yeah, there's this thing in Strangers of Paradise where you can like, you just stand still and all of your party members are like in unison. It's funny.
This madcap barrage of rules shows no signs of slowing.
Easy, Vice. We need quiet or we're gonna mess this up again.
These masked folks
Don't
only enjoy
mess
their
nothing
bizarre
up.
customs.
I wonder what drove them to make such complicated rules.
You're gonna win the day. Break the boxes. Alrighty. I forgot what rules I'm not supposed to, or what things I'm not supposed to do. I didn't pay attention like I should have. Whoa! Okay. Get rid of you. And then there should be, there it is. Got him. No problem. I think that's the problem with Stranger of Paradise, is that it's a Soulsborne game, but it doesn't really feel like a Soulsborne game. It also doesn't really indicate to you that it's that kind of game either. I feel like it's trying to be too many different games. So it's gonna have to make a decision and rein some of that stuff in. However, it has some really cool mechanics that I did enjoy. Like a lot of the parrying mechanics and the energy storage mechanics and the rotations between swapping classes to maintain your break gauge mechanic was cool. I love that all the different jobs feel really unique. They did a cool job with that, actually. So there's a lot, like I said, there's a lot of potential there, but it's very unpolished as of right now, which makes sense. I mean, it's like what, like that was like an alpha test of some sort, right? So they've definitely got a lot of room to improve and a lot of time to do it. But I'm cautious. I'm just cautious because I know that team's track record. And I think they have their work cut out for them with this one. But if they do pull it together, they can make this a really cool game, Strangers of Paradise, and that might be redeeming for them. So, we'll see what happens. Blade-wielding tiger. Okay, so I wasn't allowed to swing my sword. That's right. Garrett! Welcome back, buddy. How you doing, man? Yeah, if we get complete button mapping, that'll be great. Especially these days, accessibility seems to be the name of the game for a lot of developers. So, it is definitely in their best interest to allow players to customize their mappings. Oh, hold on a second. We just have to take this in. So cool. I'm a big fan of like some of the desert settings in video games. And I love like ruins and stuff. This place feels so storied. It looks awesome. It looks awesome in this remake. Garrett, we're talking about Final Fantasy Origin Strangers of Paradise. Is a new action game that's supposed to act, I think, as a prequel to the original Final Fantasy storyline. All right, no dodging. Okay. It'll be a game I'm getting on sale. All right, I remember this one. They toss a few wild enemies at you after this wave. So we can't evade, but we can definitely block and parry. Oh. I'm so bad at parrying in this game. Hold on, what is a... There it is. Okay. Good lord. There we go. Alright. Let me get Mr. Boss Man. Hello! Oh, that's right. It's normal mode, so our magic is just gonna wreck everything. I should just be doing that. Oh, man. Not even 30 seconds between the buffers, man. That's a toughie. This was happening to you in Bad Mod stream too, right? If you guys are just coming in, check out the question of the day. Got a new one every day that we're live, so be sure to check in. We'll be going into an in-depth discussion later on in today's stream, but you can still answer, and we'll collect them and respond to them a little bit later. Today I'm asking everybody, what is something that you have done that you are genuinely proud of? And how did you do that? Let us know your thoughts. We'll talk about that today. All right, I don't remember if we have to backtrack or we just go forward. I think we just go forward here. Right, okay. I'm still gonna backtrack and see if there's anything I missed. Can't really remember. Chaos! We were talking about chaos. Garrett says, accessibility is a cool thing. I'm speaking from the impaired side who actually likes that kind of stuff. I'm not sure if games like Souls-likes should be dumbed down for accessibility's sake, but in general, I'm all for the features. Well, the thing is that a game like a Soulsborne title its difficulty doesn't come from the button mapping. And if you're a game designer, then your implementation of challenge for the player should also not be revolved around button mapping. That's just, at the end of the day, it's a game, right? And so it should be able to be comfortably played. I don't think that that's a good implementation of game design to make it frustrating for your players to interact with the game. So I'm all for accessibility in all genres, even things that are notoriously difficult. Oh, man. This stretch of bridge right here is like, it gives me such Shadow of the Colossus vibes. Right? Like, look at this. Just with how long it is. I mean, it's not nearly as long as the one in that game, but it kind of gives you a sense of scale for the environment around you as you're walking across it. I like it. Got your COVID vaccine on Monday. Congratulations, Ash. That's excellent. How did you feel after getting the shots the next few days? Oh, why do I keep selecting no? Your brain's not working correctly today. What makes you say that, Mashi? You got it! You got it! What, your Fauci ouchie? Oh, Mao's also getting the buffer.
What's this?
Well, this doesn't look suspicious at all.
I have a feeling it might be the bitrate we're going at.
I suppose that was to be expected.
Here we go.
Look!
God, this music is so good! Oh my gosh.
That mewling child is inside. Without any rules to bind us, we are free to unleash the entirety of our powers.
Oh
About
god.
time.
Alright. So all we gotta do here is just destroy all these red boxes. Oh!
What is this thing?
Oh, I see what you mean, Mashi. Yeah, it's all good, dude. It happens. You're not the first one to do something like that.
I detect magic within the glowing cubes.
I've done things like that. Ow. Dude, this one's like home in on you. I'm not doing a very good job at dodging here, am I? Oh my god. Oh, you got it. Wait, on Monday the 28th, you're nervous because your partner had a bad reaction to it, Ash? What was their reaction to it? Ah! There you go. I hope they're okay. I'm sorry to hear about the bad reaction. Oh, that's right. This one likes to change on us. Oh! Oh! Why am I doing so bad with these? Oh. Wham!
How mindless.
This battle track is so awesome. I have to bump it up. We're just gonna get lost in this for a
Guardian
second.
of this temple is a curious sight indeed.
Says the talking book.
Turn pink!
This is a powerful foe.
There you are, you bastard!
Kaine!
I'm gonna kill the shit out of you! Now hold still and die already!
Oh, man. Alright, Hoshi, we'll see you in a few. Enjoy dinner.
How did you find us?
Beats me. I just kicked a bunch of ass and wound up here.
Oh!
And without even bothering to get dressed.
Fuck off, book.
Kaine, the glowing cubes take priority.
Screw your priorities! I'm gonna kill this thing my way!
Oh! You can't bend, Kaine.
This should prove interesting.
Oh, man. There we go. Got him. All right, I wanted to enjoy the soundtrack a little bit. It's so good, man. Yeah, you can take out the arms really quickly with a single spear if you line them up right. In response to your observation there, Money. This game's so tongue-in-cheek, I love it. The whole temple is just like a big Zelda reference. Prince! Oh, man. So, Ashley, I'm sorry to hear about your partner's bad reaction. He had an allergic reaction to it. Dang, man. That sucks. Yeah, well, I will say this. You were the first person I've heard personally to have an allergic reaction to it, but that is definitely something that can happen. That's why I think they have you, like, hang out for a while, like, after you get your shot in the waiting rooms. Rather, I meant to say, like, your partner is the first person that I've personally heard of who's had that reaction. But I knew it could happen. Like I said, I knew it could happen because there's a reason why they watch out for it. But that sucks, man. I'm really sorry to hear that. I'm glad he ended up being okay. His seizures, though, it gave him seizures? Oh my goodness. You were suddenly a dinner retriever's taxi cloud? Oh, that's what happened. boy. Yeah, I just love the Zelda stuff that they did in this section. So, before we move on with this part of the story, there was something really interesting in this book that I'm reading on, like the NieR franchise and Yoko Taro's like thought process in these games. And there's like that part where Kaine gets really like mad about the fact that we have to follow these rules, and also Weiss's commentary on how ridiculous like the arbitrary rule sets are for the puzzles. It kind of translates onto the player too, which is intentional, and that it like a big part of this game's structure is to like implant doubt in the player, whether it's through its mechanics, its storyline, or its themes of right and wrong and like perception and perspective. And so that whole section in the temple, it was talked about in this book, and the author talked about how, like, you know that you can do all of these other actions. You can jump, you can use magic, you can attack, you can sprint and everything, like dodge. And the idea that you can't do that all of a sudden is annoying and frustrating, but it's only annoying and frustrating because of the type of game that this is, being an action RPG where you can do all of these things, and now it's imposing mechanics that are usually found in the puzzle game genre, or the adventure puzzle game genre, where you can't perform a lot of those types of actions at certain points. Whereas in a game like Zelda, when it restricts things like that, you sort of just accept it. Or in a block sliding puzzle game, you just accept that you can't attack or jump on things, because that's the genre of the game. So when you're faced with that in this game, when it already seems like it's established what this game is, it makes the player doubt what this game is. What genre are we really fitting into here? Or what is this game trying to be? Which is a really interesting way to design a video game. And it does that. It does this kind of stuff all throughout the game, which I think is really cool. And not a lot of games do that. So, again, the intention there is to produce that feeling of doubt. And why do I have to do this? Or what kind of game is this really? And it's interesting to compare why you accept it in other genres of games and don't accept it in this one right away. And ends up being a nuisance. I just thought that'd be something fun to point out. By the way, if you're curious about the book that I'm talking about that talks about these things within this game, the book is called The Strange Works of Taro Yoko. I can't remember the author of it right now, but you can find it on Amazon. It's a really good book. So if you're interested in this guy's work, I definitely recommend checking it out. Lucy, what's going on? Welcome back home. My liege, have you any idea of the trouble we've... Oh, the royal mask! Our people have suffered since the king's death. I was too young to bridge the gap between our people and other civilizations. Trade has come to a halt, we lack food and water, and the people despair for it. This mask is an emblem of the king. With it, I can project a strong image to other lands, and our people can be prosperous once more. My prince. Rules do not exist to bind you. They exist so you may know your freedoms. Those are the words of the previous king, my father. And now that I have his mask, I believe I can ascend to the throne. Is this correct? Of course! Hail! All hail the new king! Woo! We helped the boy become a man! Nicholas is the half-brother of Timeless. That's so stupid. What the heck? Where did that come from? Oh man. Collecting the Facade Triforce. That's just a square. The AstraZeneca one's the one that your partner got, Ashley? Okay, that's good to know. Ashley says his partner's had seizures for quite a few years now, and doctors don't know what's causing them, but they think he might have sleep apnea or something like that. So hopefully his seizures are sorted now. Man, I'm really sorry to hear that. I've met more and more people with sleep apnea recently, and man, it sucks. It can totally wreck your life in a few ways. So I hope that he's able to get the assistance he needs with that. And I'm sorry to hear about the seizures, man. That's scary. And keep us posted on that if you don't mind, Ashley. Hope they end up recovering okay. You know, it was nice to see those cubes and be like, I know those gargoyle cubes. The gargoyle cubes, yeah. Yep, totally a reference from Drakengard. I think Jen pointed that out too when we were playing Drakengard 3. Oh, I was gonna talk to the guard guy, but that's fine. Let's go ahead and speak to the prince. I apologize to you, my foreign friends, for all your hardships. Ah, the book is by Nicholas Turchev. Turchev? One of those. Turchev, okay. Yeah, it's a good book. Definitely recommend. I swear by my new position as the King of Facade, I shall grant whatever you desire. Please, what is it I can do for you?
Oh, no, that's all right. We were just happy to help.
Nonsense! Speak your desire so that I may see it done.
I believe the Regent has just given us an order.
Yeah, we better listen to him.
I guess so. In that case, how about you make Rule 0 and have it say that if people don't like a rule, they can vote to change it?
Here we go again, just coming into foreign lands and being like, I will decide how your society works. I always thought this was such a weird moment in this game.
A splendid idea.
What? But my king! This cannot be! Our people have long memories. We shall never forget the debt we owe you, no matter how hard the times. Such is the way of the masked people. And thus, we shall grant your request. Still, that alone cannot repay our debt to you. Please accept this. One-handed sword rebirth. All right.
Thanks. But I think most of your praise belongs to someone else.
Thank you, Fira. I'm sorry for all that I put you through. It's not a problem. I like how they both have bells. I guess they all have bells, don't they? They sure do. I didn't notice that before. Whoops. This language is such a weird mix of like Japanese, Spanish, and French or something. Yeah. The way that the language is, it's like this for several of the songs in the game too. Well, all the songs in the game except for Song of the Ancients, where the vocalist, whose name I'm forgetting right now, but she wrote an original language for that song. But all the other songs are like, they did this interesting thing, which I'm assuming they also did for some of the languages in this game. It was like, imagine what a language would sound like far, far into the future after like language has changed and things like that. And then tried to write it and enunciate it as how they thought it would sound far into the future, which is super interesting. I have to wonder what that process like actually looked like.
Do you know how to cure the Black Scrawl?
そうしよ
The foul disease that claimed my father's life.
う。糸ちきた。
So, even a king couldn't recover from it.
あ
I fear everything we tried
あ、
ended
図
in
式た
failure.
とだ。
It seems there is no way around it. We'll have to collect the sealed verses after all.
Yeah, it's the only lead we have.
ウィンカレキッソとは
Pardon me, but what are these sealed verses?
We came across an old song that says if we find them all, we can cure the Black Scrawl.
And yes, we are well aware that refrains penned by minstrels half in their cups are hardly a reliable source of information.
Hey, I'll believe anything if there's even a sliver of hope it could help me save Yona.
Jin, I just saw your message about like your dad sleeping like Bane with his breathing machine. Imagine if he goes to bed before your stepmom. If I was him, I'd totally do the thing where like look at her and be like, "You should have never come here." Oh, Prince, you finished switched on. Cool. Kind of amazing that this transmagnetic stimulation can help people with autism like me and can experience things that they once couldn't. Really? That's very interesting. I didn't know it was going to talk about stuff like that. That's cool. Switched on, huh? Would you recommend it? What are you confused by, Miles?
And I'll collect verses, orbs, crystals, magic goat meat, whatever.
Yeah, collect all the things, NieR, that will save the universe.
ヤーリスチタステックタイタ
Sorry we couldn't be of more help. You're help enough. You gave me a sword and you let me leave my mark on your society. One moment, please. All right, Ashley. Have a wonderful night. Keep your head up and your heart strong, and thanks again for coming to hang out with us today for the raid. We'll see you next time. Can I ask you to visit us again?
その友
To
達
return as
と来て
friends?
Of course.
Just try not to get yourself kidnapped again.
タク
Of course.
友達タク
Thank you. I promise to be careful. And we got Dark Wall magic. Erect a magical defensive barrier. Charge to increase the size of the wall. I will say, I use it every once in a while,
I'm worried
but
about
it's definitely
Yona.
not my go-to
Let's
magic.
go back.
Okay, let's go check on our sister. Been away for a while now. When do we get to start picking up all these side quests here, man?
新たな地域
Prince's name is Sex. Yeah. He's King Sex. Imagine getting kidnapped by a floating cube. I don't know, it's like not so outlandish when in video games you could also get killed by what the heck were those tubes? They're like bank tubes or deposit slip tubes. Oh man, I still need to go back and finish Control. All right. Cool. All right, so we're just gonna head on back. I don't think that we can do anything else here at the moment, but we're gonna have to come back, and there'll be a slew of side quests for us. I like how Kaine just doesn't give a crap. Here we go. What an imbecile. A side quest, only kill big bads. That's it. Vacuum tube sounds like another Futurama plot point. It'd have to have like the big villainous vacuum tube that like is the master of all other vacuum tubes though. Video games can even make a singing statue trying to destroy the world, but failing because a dragon played a rhythm game. Listen, that was really cool though. The presentation of that's so awesome too, because it's like both entities are singing to cancel out each other's frequencies. The floppy disk, that's what it was. When I get killed by floppy disk launching floaties at you. Oh, what a cool game. Speaking of things inspiring control, I started reading that book, House of Leaves. And, boy, that's a cool book. It is a challenging read, too, I'll tell you that much. Alright, I better start killing a bunch of these wolves, because there's a lot of materials that I need from them for some of these side quests that are going to be coming up. I do remember that. Imagine getting kidnapped by a stupid dinosaur like an idiot. Like an idiot. Wait, who got kidnapped by a dinosaur?
I suppose rules are rules, even if they are
Bender
absurd.
has to seduce it.
I don't think they're
Vacuum tube
absurd.
overlord.
Oh,
Those rules are important to the masked people.
you don't say.
I do. And I think it's important we respect that.
Well, well. The boy is beginning to sound like a man.
Boy, I'm not a kid, you know.
Hey, less talking, more walking.
Gosh, Kaine. I like that NieR says that because, like, while he wants to respect the rules, he also wants to have a say over how they should implement them. I mean, otherwise he wouldn't have requested the king to add Rule 0. In my opinion, anyway. Although I do understand that it comes from a place too of him wanting like everybody to have fair say in what rules they should abide by or not. I just think it's ironic that he simultaneously does that and then also says we should just expect or respect their rules.
What manner of place is this?
I think it's a graveyard.
Graveyard.
The headstones seem to be lacking names. Also, why do they shine as if they were carved from the rock just yesterday?
Oh, that's ominous. They're like very recent gravestones with no names. That probably has something to do with their culture as well. So clearly they've seen some recent losses here. I wonder why they don't have names on their on the tombstones. Okay, so Prince is talking about the book Switched On, and sort of continuing on with his thought that he expressed earlier about transmagnetic stimulation helping folks with autism. So Prince says here, one of the first effects that TMS had was his connection to music performances. So I'm assuming you mean like when you say him, you're referring to the author. So continues on saying he felt this intense emotion from it at first, and then he was able to read emotions from people better. The bigger effects diminish over time, but in the end, there seems to be a big enough difference from it that it made a big impact on his life. Some of the other people in the study saw the effects as negative, though, because they could see what they were missing their whole life. Oh, man. So for some, depending on their perspective and how they experience that event, they could look at it as something that's like amazing to them, because they're like, oh my gosh, like I understand like people better and what people feel better, and I feel more emotionally connected to them. But people could also react to that as, wow, I've been living my whole life without this, and I'm going to continue living my life without this, and that sucks. Yeah, that's a tough one. I think it's amazing, though, that there's a potential for people to be able to experience something that they weren't able to experience prior to that type of, it looks like a therapy, which is, I think that's awesome. Honestly, it reminds me of this video that my mom showed me a long time ago where they did like open brain surgery on this woman who didn't have, I think it was like she was unable to laugh. That's what it was. She'd never laughed one time in her entire life. She'd never experienced that, the emotions related to it. And she volunteered for this like open brain surgery thing, and they like stimulated part of the brain like physically, and it made her laugh. And they caught this on video, and the woman just starts, like, she just bursts into tears because she's never experienced that emotion in her entire life, and it's just emotionally, it looks like overwhelming for her. She was so happy, and it was crazy to see somebody like laugh for the first time like that after living, like, she was well into adulthood, and it was just like a beautiful human moment, and it stood out to me. But that's totally what this is reminding me of too, Prince, and I think that's really cool. Thanks for sharing that. Switched On. Sounds like a book worth reading. I thought Bowser was just a turtle, but cooler looking. One could say yes. Honestly, I don't know how I feel about the idea of ever going through it myself. It sounds like it may be a little too intense for me. Maybe. And I mean, that's the wonderful thing about human choice, is that, like, you don't have to do it, right? But the idea that it exists for people who would want to do it, I think, is awesome. So that's really cool. I didn't even know something like that existed. Sorry to hear that, Mashi. You're just gonna have to bear with it, man. I don't know what else to say about it. I like how that fountain just sort of like looms in the distance all the time. Maybe we'll get there one day. All right, back to the village. I don't think I'd want the ability to tell all kinds of things I can't perceive or experience, now given to me by something like that. Yeah, which, I mean, is a good thing then, that it's not forced upon anybody, right? If you feel that way about it, then I think that would probably be one of the worst things in the world to happen, is that, like, that just happens to you, right? So again, like, it's a good thing that you have a choice in the matter. But if you've always wanted to experience something that was beyond your perception, and then you have the ability to do that, I think that's incredible. But I totally get that too. It reminds me of a conversation that I had, I think it was with Cloud, several years ago, and he brought up the fact that, you know, he had some color blindness, and it got me thinking, again, about perceptions. Like, if you're born with a certain level of color blindness, like, you wouldn't even know certain colors exist unless somebody told you, And you'd be fine with that because it's just not part of like your reality, right? And then when you realize that, like, oh, there's something else there that I just can't see, depending on who you are, your emotional response to that information could be positive or negative, or even indifferent. But I just think it's really interesting, you know, like, we know all this stuff about, like, the brain and the world and people and stuff now, that before we started learning a lot of this stuff and like how the brain worked, or how like the senses worked and stuff like that, like, or even some of like the disorders that exist out there. You could be a person that, you know, had a deficiency or disability of some sort, and unless it was like just brought to your attention in some way or another from someone outside yourself, like, you wouldn't even know. You wouldn't even realize that you had something, unless of course it was like, you know, like really, really obvious. Which, something interesting to think about with that is that, like, even if you had some sort of disorder that was really obvious, like, imagine if you lived alone, and like you had a way to take care of yourself with whatever disorder that you had, and you just grew up without having any other outside perspective of what a person without that disorder would look like. You would think that you're entirely normal, right? Which I think is really fascinating to think about. But I don't know. I like learning stuff, and I guess I like thinking of possibilities of what else is out there, and different ways to experience or feel things in general. And so the idea of like not being able to experience something, knowing that it's present in some capacity, and then suddenly being able to experience that would be really cool for someone like me. But of course, I'm saying this as who I am now. If I was someone who's like easily overwhelmed by certain types of sensations and stuff, then I think that would definitely affect the way I felt about that too. What? Why am I Captain Chaos? You're Captain Chaos. Alright, Jen. Might have a slight aggression problem with the snoring in the background. I think it definitely seems to trigger something in you, Mashi. Yeah. From the way that you've expressed it in the past. I seen you, goat, trying to kick me in the face. Like, imagine being deaf and not ever hearing music or something, but you would just never know. You could only feel it. Right. Which is, I think that's something interesting too, because, so, Warden Cygnus and I actually have a mutual friend from Albuquerque whose mother is deaf, and I remember thinking about this when I was in high school, because, you know, I started getting to know the mom, and they, like, I never thought about this before, but I was always, like, so into music. And so there was one point where, like, me and our friend were sitting down, like, listening to music, and they were playing music on, like, some speakers, and suddenly their mom was like signed at our friend, and I was like, oh, what'd she say? My friend was like, oh, she says she likes this song. And I was like, what are you talking about? It just, like, it was such a weird thing for me to hear at the time. And she was like, oh, she recognized the song by the vibrations, and she, like, quote unquote hears it through that, and she recognized what the song was by the beat and everything, and said that she liked it. And I was like, that is wild. That was just something that what you said there, Cygnus, reminded me of. So even something like music for a deaf person would be something they could experience, but in just a different way. But again, not knowing what music could sound like through your ears, it's also kind of like, unless somebody is vividly describing to that person in detail what hearing music is like, they might not even know what they're missing out on, so it might not be something that like gets to them in that way. Now, on the other hand, if you're someone who goes deaf, I think that is a tragedy on a completely different level, where now you've lost something that you might really enjoy and might really have a tremendous bearing on your life, because you've learned to experience life with that sense, you know? So it's interesting. I guess the point to be made with that specific tidbit isn't really a point that I was trying to make when I started talking about all this. But if there had to be one, it's just that, you know, context matters. How something happens or how something comes to be, it matters. It can have a big effect on the outcome. My vision is impaired, but I never had a lost experience since it was by birth. Oh, okay. So it's not like you had like perfect eyesight and then your vision like started declining as you got older. I remember having perfect vision when I was a kid. Not so much that I feel bad for not having it now. And that's probably because I could just wear glasses and then I have perfect vision again, right? So maybe that's not the same thing. But see, again, that's what Garrett just said there is kind of what I was talking about with the context matters point. Lucy says, it's not a gigantic thing, but I did make money providing tech support and helping rebuild someone's PC for a money price. I guess my name is spreading a bit after all. Lucy, is that your response to the question of the day today? Is that something that you're proud of? That's so cool. Yeah, I always thought that would be something that would work really well for you, like if you did that as a profession, doing some sort of tech support or, you know, computer building, or even like analytics isn't what I was trying to say, but critiquing, like doing critique of like tech and stuff like that would be really cool for someone like you. Sorry, I just read Mashi's response to be water. Just said no. This is so simple. I don't know why that got me. All right, well, flow like darkness, Mashi. I'm sorry that you're so bothered tonight, but get some rest. Go do something that makes you feel good, and have a wonderful night, my friend. Keep your head up and your heart strong out there, bud.
You know the junk heap in the north.
I don't know why I keep expecting this guy to say something different. He's had nothing new to say in a very long time. If not ever. As far as music, says Prince, I actually get a certain amount of emotion from some songs already, and that's regardless of language. I can sometimes read emotion from or into music just from its sound. Yeah, that's one of the most amazing things about music, I think, is just its sonic ability to have an emotional impact on a person. You know, I don't know if this is true or not, but in my mind, I think that a lot of people, when they think of like a song being emotionally impactful, they think of like it having lyrics that resonate with them, or a message that's usually expressed through the lyrics that hits them on an emotional level. Which, I mean, to be fair, I think most of the music that I enjoy that impacts me on an emotional level is through its words as well. But I think that without, you know, certain passages having the feeling that they do through the melody choice and the rhythmic choice, or, you know, the compositional style, like it probably wouldn't hit me as strongly. And I remember when I was playing in orchestra in high school, you know, just playing classical music a lot, and at the time I was listening to a lot of classical music too. I remember being able to picture like stories and picture scenery and just a lot of imagery while I was listening to these songs that had no words in them whatsoever. Just a lot of really powerful movements. And I thought that was remarkable. And it was one of the things that got me like even more excited about music than I was before then. Because I don't think as a kid I realized that music had that kind of potential. And so that's really cool, Prince. I love that you can get that out of it too, just from the sounds. I know I'm double saving, but it has to be done. It was always bad. If people ask me how I see, I can just ask them the same thing. How do you see? With my eyes. You never even thought about critiquing, Lucy? Well, there you go. That'll be $5, please. I'm just kidding. Evening, night, whatever. Garrett! You're drinking. I don't know why that struck me as a wow. Like I think most people drink. That's never I don't think I've ever seen you say that. Tipsy Friday, am I right? Not for me, buddy. It's a hot Friday over here though. Oh my god, there's this spider behind the camera that's taunting me. I have to leave it alone. I can't go after it. It just needs to stay away from me. Oh wow, Lucy. Yeah, I'm holding off on graphics cards myself for a while. But that's really cool. With a 1080 you could do that? That's amazing.
Yona?
Oh, hey.
Did I try to get them to play One Winged Angel? Garrett. No, at the time I was actually, like in high school, I was really, really into Shadow of the Colossus, and its soundtrack was one of the reasons that I was so like invested in it. I say one of the reasons, and I only mean one of the reasons, because that was like my favorite game for a couple years. That's so funny to think about, because at that time I think I was even like this. I like this game more than I like Final Fantasy VII, and then I played Final Fantasy VII again. And I was like, I'm wrong. But yeah, that game's soundtrack is so awesome, and I remember just begging my orchestra instructor, please let us play a couple songs or a song from this game. She was like, no, I've got all this planned, like I already have the pieces picked out for this semester, yada yada. And then get this, one year, my orchestra instructor, her name was Miss Klein. Very, very interesting woman. Her and I like butted heads, but also I had so much respect for her. Like, I still think very fondly of her. But man, we always got into it during class. I was kind of a pain in the butt, but I digress. We got into one semester, I think it was in my sophomore year of high school, where she's like, guess what? We're gonna play video game music this semester, and we're gonna perform several of those pieces at the Winter Assembly in 2 months. And I was like, what? I was so excited. And she's like, I'm gonna let you guys vote on some of the pieces. And so in my mind, I heard we get to recommend pieces to the instructor, and then we're gonna vote on what we get to play. So I was so excited. I was like already putting my list together, you know. I pulled out paper out of my bag, and I was like, all right, Shadow of the Colossus. There was like 4 tracks from that game, and I was like so excited. And I was so disappointed almost like 5 minutes later when, after we finished setting up like our stands and the music sheets and everything like that, she pulls out a stack of arrangements of like sheet music, and she's like, I've already picked out the options that you guys are gonna vote on. And I was like, no, this is not at all what I thought it was gonna be. And it was stuff like a medley from Tetris, a medley from Super Mario Brothers, and this one was actually pretty cool. But we got to play the Halo theme as it was arranged for Halo 2, which was awesome. But I still ended up being so disappointed by the whole thing because I was just like, it felt so anticlimactic, you know? But hey, beggars can't be choosers, I guess. We wanted video game music, and several people had talked about it, and she did give it to us, just not necessarily in the form that we wanted. But no, short answer to your question, we did not get to play One-Winged Angel. Do you need my big, strong arms to kill it on, Frick? Jin is my spider slayer. Yeah. If it moves into a more suitable position, then maybe. It's kind of in this weird spot in the far corner of the office here, where in order to get to it, we'd have to, like, climb on top of desks and stuff. And I don't want to do that. This desk is made of glass. You give it 3 months until components start going back to their original prices. That sounds like a very optimistic prediction, Lucy. But I'll keep my fingers crossed and hope that that is how it comes to be. 'Cause I would love that. I have less faith in the market changing that quickly, personally. But that's mainly because I know how many different applications that they're using. Not silicon. Damn it. It's the computer hardware, computer chips, stuff like that. There's a word I'm looking for, but it's escaping me right now. I know that they're using it in so many different things, not just, you know, for computers, but for cars and appliances and things like that. And with the manufacturing being shut down largely across the world for the past 15 months, it takes a long time for production to start ramping up, no matter what your industry is. So I would like to think that you're right, but I have a hard time feeling that is going to be the case.
How are you feeling?
Better, now that I'm taking the medicine you brought.
Good.
Yeah. Our fish medicine?
By the way, are you gonna stay here today?
Aw. Do I have anything else to do right now? Let's just say I'll stay.
You bet.
Really? You'll stay with me? Really?
Yeah, Yona. I'll stay.
I just saw the quote you added, Cloud. Oh, man. It do be that way, though. I think after because I was in this weird position in high school where I had sold my copy of Final Fantasy VII years before because I traded in my games at that time. And I was meeting people that really liked that game, and so I was like, I have to get this game again. And I remember searching for it all over town and at collector stores and stuff, and finally found a copy again. I got it and I played it, and I remember playing that game like 3 or 4 times over in that one school year. After having that realization again.
Yay!
Yay! I love her little yay. It's so cute.
Now get back to bed.
Okay.
Now, Lucy, don't apologize for taking up a lot of chat. Send whatever kinds of messages, like, as lengthy of messages as you would like. It's no problem. I hear a voice. I squint and see a boy standing before me. His hair is silver, his skin is pale, and he stares up at me with hard, glassy eyes. Soon, his lips begin to move, but no sound comes out. What is he saying? I can't hear him. 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 I can't. I try to leave, Something about the boy holds my gaze. I watch his face, expressionless, as his lips slowly flutter. What is he trying to say? Wait, it's a phrase. I can almost make it out. It starts with an S, then there's an E. I can almost see it now. The letters begin to fall together, one after the other, faster and faster. SEALEDVERSE. Sealed verse. It's a sealed verse. The thing I'm looking for. The key to saving my sister. I stare at the boy with renewed ferocity, trying desperately to make out his next word. DREAM. Dream? What? What the hell does that mean? The lips move again, faster now. I can't follow them. Damn it, I can't make it out. I want to scream. I want to tear the walls down around me. But instead, I force myself to be calm. I can do this. I can do it for Yona. Slowly, ever so slowly, I parse out the letters that make up his final words. FORESTOFMYTH. Forest of Myth. Oh, I love this section of the game, man. It's gonna be so good. Semiconductors was the word I was looking for.
Just a
yes. Semiconductors. I don't know why I could not conjure that word in my mind. Thank you. Shadow of the Colossus playthrough when? That's a good question. It'll have to be sometime after I get back to streaming more regularly. More regularly as in more than once a week. Or once every other week, apparently, whenever I'm really busy at work.
Even in my dreams, I'm hunting sealed verses.
I feel like, okay, the Bitcoin miners are, like, definitely a thing, but I don't think that they're having as big of an impact on the availability of things like graphics cards as everybody thinks. I think it has a lot more to do with just the changing of the world, and everything being much more reliant on semiconductors these days. Not to say that, you know, the miners have not made an impact, but I don't think they're solely responsible for it. Oh, I see, Lucy. Well, we'll just have to see then. We'll just have to see. I hope so. I hope that they do come back down in price soon. I remember the first time I thought I heard a band I liked more than Linkin Park. It was a very similar experience, but I can't remember who it was. Really? I love that you had such an affinity for Linkin Park when you were really young. Linkin Park was my first all-time favorite band. They still hold a really strong place in my heart. All right.
Morning.
Morning.
Morning, Yona.
What's wrong? Are you feeling sick too?
No, I had a strange dream.
What was it about?
It's nothing. Don't worry about it.
Come on, man. Yona tells you about her dreams.
'Cause I had a dream too.
I'll see.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Me and this boy were playing a game together.
What kind of game?
It was called Guess the Words. I think he made it up because I never heard of it before.
How did it work?
The boy would move his mouth, but no words would come out. Then I had to guess what he was trying to say.
Oh. Sounds strangely familiar.
It was hard.
Doesn't it, chat?
I wanted to play hide and seek, but we had to play his dumb game instead.
So what did he say?
I don't know. All I could figure out was dream and forest of myth. But don't worry, I'm gonna study hard so that next time I can figure out everything.
What? She is such like overachiever energy. Like I love it. She just told us how she didn't even want to play this dang game because she wanted to play hide and seek, but she's like, you know what? The next time I go back into this dream, I'm gonna be the best at this word guessing game.
We should play a game together sometime too.
Sure, Yona.
Crazy that she had the same dream that NieR did. I think it's a mix of miners pushing prices high and the COVID-induced semiconductor scarcity. Do you mean like, whoa, for the graphics cards increase in the pricing? Like I said, I don't think you're wrong. I don't think that those things didn't have an impact on the scarcity of availability for graphics cards and things like that. But it would be hard. It would be hard for me to think that they had like a tremendous impact on it single-handedly on the semiconductor shortage. Mainly because like graphic cards are really the only things that, you know, cryptocurrency miners are focusing in on buying up to perform that task, because it's so dependent on a graphics processing unit. Whereas semiconductors are used in so many different things, from the, you know, like sensors and chips and things that are in your household appliances nowadays, to computer components and hardware you'll find in your cars. Smart devices are increasingly prevalent. You use semiconductors in phone hardware. Like, it's the more years pass, the more things semiconductors are being used for, and so it becomes a supply and demand issue, where the demand for semiconductors is just, as a whole, because of the way that we rely on technology in so many different aspects of our lives nowadays, that reliance creates a very increased like threshold, I guess, of demand that exceeds the supply. So, you know, even before COVID and everything, I saw a video on this. I think it was a Linus Tech Tips video. We were talking about it. But, you know, he had done some interviews with certain hardware manufacturers and things like that had said, yeah, even before COVID hit, we were preparing for a massive increase in demand because we realized the way the world was going. With all the factories in the world that put together semiconductors, we were not going to meet that demand with our current supply. And so that's why they started building more factories, and you're hearing about more of those going up, even today. And I think this was like a year ago that this video went up. Maybe it was less than that. But the people that he had interviewed were talking about how they were still projecting, like, you know, it's got to be like another 5 years before our supply and production starts to meet the demand that we're currently seeing. So what that means for graphics cards, I mean, hard to say really. But I would say anything that is going to make use of semiconductors is probably going to be a slow climb back to like normality in terms of pricing and availability and things like that. I remember when Linkin Park was my favorite band, and in 3 Days Grace took that spot. I feel like something similar also happened to me, Money. Maybe not my favorite spot. I don't think 3 Days Grace ever took that spot for me, but I was really into them for a while too.
Something troubling you, lad?
It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Come on, I need to go ask Popola something.
All right, we gotta talk to her about this dream that both NieR and his sister just had. Okay. The inevitable crypto crash will at least save the secondhand market, but when AMD can't even launch a product at all the tiers they want to because they can secure supply, it's not a problem that crypto miners are the root cause of. Yeah, right. They can't secure supply. Okay, that's what I thought you meant. Oop. All right, we haven't taken a look at our quests in a minute, so let me just make sure that we're still on track. Awesome. I guess I better swing back by the bar after this too, just to make sure I'm not missing nothing. Well, yeah, Lucy, but when we're talking about in terms, like, to your comment about graphics cards, SSDs, CPUs, all these things that are being used for mining, when we're talking about, like, scarcity, it's not hard to find an SSD. It's not hard to find a CPU, although it is a little bit harder to find a CPU than it is memory. It's not hard to find any of those other components. They don't seem to be getting as impacted as much as the graphics cards, which I totally see why that does tend to support, like, the mining theory that's, you know, making such a dent in the supply of that. I was just saying that, like, that seems to be the hot commodity that miners are looking at specifically. And then you just get, you know, we've got this whole scalper thing going on too. I don't think we have mentioned yet. Where it's not just with, like, hardware, it's just products in general that people seem to be thinking are going to be scarce, and they're just buying them up to scalp them, which totally sucks. So I think that's played a big part in it too. Although I don't know, I think there's a figure in my head for some reason. I'm trying to remember where I heard it, where I think scalpers only. Oh, it was whenever I was reading about the availability of PS5s. They're saying that scalpers accounted for something near 30%. It was something under 30% of the market share, meaning, like, they bought up like 30% of the supply, which is a lot. But still, that's 70% of units still going to consumers. So, you know, that's it's still not, like, the main cause as to why there's not availability out there. Maybe 30%'s a high figure too. I might be getting that a little bit wrong, but I think it was that. But again, that's a different kind of a different thing. I mean, they are affected by the semiconductor shortage too. That's kind of why they're not able to get as many units out there. So I guess that does still play into what we're talking about.
What's up, Popola?
Data miners, or not data miners, cryptocurrency miners keep moving to Texas for tax reasons? Oh my gosh. Yeah, and your poor power grid, like, it already has enough issues. Oh man. We've had to have our thermostat at 78 degrees. It's bananas humidity for the past 3 weeks. Makes me want to die. I heard about that, like, they're advising everybody in Texas to use as little electricity as possible in the middle of, like, one of the biggest heat waves that we've ever seen. Oh my god, talk about a crappy combination of things. I'm in here with no air conditioner right now, and I'm dying. I keep wiping my head. It's because I'm sweating. Like, and I have AC running in the house, not in this room, but still, like, there's a fan blowing air in here.
Hi. I just got a strange letter in the mail.
So dang hot, man. I'm sorry, Cloud. What are you guys doing to keep cool, considering the way things are right now? A strange letter. Oh, okay, let's check it out. Dearest Popola, I hope this letter finds you well. I'm writing in hopes of bringing your attention a certain dream issue of concern regarding recent events in Dream the Village. I was hoping I might be able to dream able to get your advice, Dream, on the matter. Recently, there have been dream reports, dream of a certain dream of dream, evil, dream, empty, dream, curse, dream, evil, dream, and dream, someone, dream. Well, that would sound
certainly
fast.
one bizarre piece of writing.
Who's it from?
The mayor of a small village in the Forest of Myth. It's a wooded area up north.
The Forest of Myth?
The Forest of Myth!
They're usually a bright and cheerful group of people. Something like this is very out of character for them. I have a bad feeling about this.
I'll check it out.
You will? But
Don't worry about it. I've got business there anyway.
oh, well, all right. Thank you.
Cool.
The Forest of Myth is to the north, after you cross the small wooden bridge in the northern plains.
Okay. I know where it is. Yeah, Texas is getting the short end of the stick for sure. I can't believe 20 years of incompetency could lead to bad consequences. Who'd have thunk? Lumber scalpers are really killing us up here. Wood is so crazy expensive right now as it is. And if you want to build a shed or repair your house, it's gonna cost at least 5 times as much as normal. Oh my god. Yeah, I had heard about that. That the lumber industry is just suffering big time. My mom was actually telling me about it. She lives out in Hawaii now, and she was saying that one of her neighbor friends was trying to like redo their deck. And like put up some sort of framing around it, and that the project was going to cost them $4,000 just in the lumber if they needed to put the frame together. And I was like, what the hell? Like, from what she was describing, it didn't even seem like it was a big area. $4,000 though, man, to put up the frame of what is essentially going to be like a tiny room. It's crazy. Oh, Garrett? He took off? Oh. Garrett! Have a wonderful night, man. Sorry I missed you saying bye. Keep your head up and your heart strong. I hope you have a good night, buddy. Thanks for hanging out with us. You're just getting used to the heat? That sucks. That's a sucky way to have to respond to that. Drinking more. Okay. Yeah, the cup discussion makes a lot more sense now. Cheers, by the way. Oh, man. I guess that's all you can do. Drink more water to compensate for all the water you're losing. Seattle's about to break its heat record twice in a row now. Is it really? How hot is it up there, Andy? Wait, if you have a smart thermostat, they're locking it at 80 or above? That's awful. Oh my god. Look at all our trophies. I feel like we're missing one.
We saw this cube back in the Baron Temple.
Perhaps the Prince of Facade gave it to Popola as a gift?
You mean it's the coldest summer of the rest of your life? The hottest summer of your life so far.
It's that lizard thing we fought in the Eyrie. Who would make a figure of that anyway? And what is it doing here?
I always think this is interesting, like the trophy room. They have this in Automata as well. I think it's actually in a similar looking spot too. But I remember like speculating on why they had it here in the first place in this game. I don't remember finding an answer.
This is from the junk heap.
For a decoration, it's certainly in poor taste.
limited to part 2, the leading edge process is being wanted. Apple's a big example of having moved to a more modern transistor node than most consumer grade products want or need. I didn't know anything about that. That's interesting. See, this is why you should have, like, you should be doing some critique or analysis or something on this stuff. You're so invested in it. You could totally make content around that stuff, Lucy, if you were ever interested in making content. All right. Well, if dinner's ready, you know what that means, everybody. It's break time. That's right. Feel free to get up, stretch your legs, go get some snacks or some water, or just go do whatever you feel like for the next 30 minutes. That's how long a break I'll be taking, and when we come back, we'll have a focused discussion. We'll talk about the question of the day, and if we have some time after that, we'll probably come back and play some more NieR Replicant. All right? Thanks for tuning in today, guys. And if you have to go during the break, then thank you so much for coming by and hanging out today. It was great seeing you guys. If I don't see you when I come back, keep your heads up and your heart strong. All right, guys, enjoy the break. Alright, welcome back from the break, LLGs. How's it going? Whoa, looking particularly frizzy right now. Ah, no. There we go. Welcome back. Hope you guys enjoyed the break. I sure did. I am stuffed. I am full of food. And I'm ready to hang out and catch up with you guys. We're in AFK chat now. Perfect. That's probably where we belong. And now we're out of it. Okay. Thanks for that. I kind of forgot that that happens. So, if you guys are just coming in, we just took a half-hour dinner break. We were playing NieR Replicant version 1.2247. Blah, 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 blah. Lots of the numbers there. We're playing Replicant, and we are getting ready to go into the Forest of Myth. So we'll be picking back up on that here in just a little while. But for now, I would like to divert your attention up to the upper right-hand corner of the screen, where we are talking about the question of the day in our focused discussion segment on today's show. So we've got a new question every single day that we're live on Fence TV, and today is no different. We are asking all of you beautiful people, what is something that you have done that you are genuinely proud of, and how did you do that? I'd love to hear your thoughts today in the chat. We already got several responses, and we might have covered some of them a little bit earlier in the show. Love to hang out and talk about them a little bit more. So if you had posted a response earlier, then we'll be getting to them as well. I think we've got a list of them here in the camp, so I will make sure that we address those. So let's see, Lucy, what are you talking about there? The number before the NM is just the amount of space between. Did I miss? Oh, I must have missed a discussion or something while I was away. But okay. So coming to some earlier responses to the question of the day, we had one from Kingdom Hearts fan, and Kingdom Hearts fan responded to the question of the day by saying, I guess something I'm proud of as of recently is learning 3 categories for Birth by Sleep, which Vin, or Kingdom Hearts fan, he does speed runs, so I'm assuming he means speed run categories for Birth by Sleep. Terra Ventus and Aqua, beginner any %. So however, since I don't have a PlayStation 4 or PlayStation 5, I've been practicing the runs on my PlayStation Portable. As for how I did it, I wrote down some notes, watched some runs from other people, and practiced doing full runs. So watched some other people do it, did some research, took some notes on how he could do it, and practiced doing those full runs, utilizing both of those pieces of information. Awesome. Yeah, that's a great way to go about it. It's a 3-pronged approach. He closes by saying, hopefully someday I'll be able to stream so I can do some actual runs live. And that would be so awesome. Man, if Vin did some of these speedruns live, I would definitely check them out. Jin's back so I can level Scholar some more. Perfect. What a response. I thought that Lost had one earlier too, and I totally missed it. So, speaking of, when we're talking of Lost, did we need to give his new account a sword? Because I don't think he's using his... Okay. Was he still having trouble watching? I think he probably bounced earlier, right? Yeah. So we were kind of looking into this earlier. I think what I'm gonna do is adjust some of my bit rates and things like that, and just stream settings for video. Because I had increased like a lot of my settings because my computer could handle it, but I think that it might just be a bit much for certain viewers, depending on like what kind of quality the internet that they have. So I'm probably gonna adjust that by next episode of Fence TV and see if that helps things. It seems like most people aren't having issues though. One thing I learned when I was on the break, I was talking to Jen about it, and I guess we don't have transcoding options on this channel anymore. And I don't know when that happened. So those of you guys out there who were trying to take my advice when I was saying, yeah, click on the cog on the video player and just change your quality settings. That might not have been available to you, and I'm sorry for the misinformation there. It was at one point. I have no idea what happened to that now. So I'll try to make that adjustment for us here. That's had to happen in like the last month. Yeah, because I think that it was only a few streams ago that we talked about that, and they were there for some of us. But at least one of us in the Keepers camp have checked it today, and it was not available, which is super lame. I don't know what the deal with that is. Although I don't really know what the criteria for that is anymore either. If there has to be like a frequency of streaming or what, because if that is the case, if the channel has to be live for a certain amount of time per however long, like month or something like that, then our recent adjustment in schedule could have something to do with that. But I don't really know as of right now. I'll have to do a little research on that. Because it would be weird if they just recently changed that like for everybody, right? So I guess before I start pointing fingers at that possibility, I should probably look at what I'm doing differently. And I know that this last month, like every other week, is kind of when we've been streaming. So, as opposed to once a week. So I've literally cut my frequency in half this month. This work's just been busy, so I just haven't had the energy to do it. So. Anyway, that's probably what's going on. So I mean, if that's the case, that's fine. Everything looks pretty good anyway. I think I'm kind of overkilling it with 6,000 bits per second. As far as like my upload is concerned on the stream settings side, so I probably don't have to have that much for a 720p stream. I could probably get away with something like 3,000, and that's probably much more doable for a lot of folks. 4,500, yeah. Well, see, and this wouldn't have been an issue. My original thought was like this wouldn't have been an issue because people could just change the settings, right? If they can't do that, that creates a whole other issue. So yeah, it's definitely something I have to adjust for. So all of you guys out there who've been having some buffer suffer today, I'm so sorry. We will address that by the next stream. Yeah, no. I will say this. I'm glad that we don't see that emote nearly as frequently these days as we used to. Because, oh my gosh. That was sad. I did miss something before I came back. Yeah, I can't even remember what we might have been talking about in relation to that. I know it's something about like semiconductor issues and something about Apple using different transistors or something like that. But that might have been an even earlier conversation than something you were talking about. Oh, I think I remember one of the last things that you were discussing with me and Andy and Cloud. Something about like making content, right? The CGP Grey reference there. I did mean to say something about that before I left because I read it as I was getting up, but you should totally check out CGP Grey stuff. They put together really, really good video essays, and they're pretty interesting to watch too, although they are very long. But if you're looking to get inspired in your own writing style, if you're gonna start like thinking about making some content or something about something that you're really interested in as far as sharing information and interpreting information, he's a pretty good example of how to do it. Oh, okay. I see you, Lucy. So I was kind of in the ballpark. Lost, what's up, dude? Welcome back. Wait, did it let me adjust that? I didn't have to kill stream to change that setting. I just adjusted my bitrate. I might have saved some network lives tonight. We're gonna see what happens. That was pretty cool. I didn't used to be able to do that without having to kill the whole stream. It was kind of fun to watch the setting change like right before my eyes. It was like 6,400 kbps, and then it just was like 3,500. So it might be better now. Oh my god, is it? It's doing the audio ducking! I've been trying to get that to work forever. Hold on. Yo, that is so great. Dang audio ducks. No, they're not quacking. They're not quacking at you. Oh my god! Okay, so I'm so excited right now. I just noticed this started working because apparently I just had the threshold set too high. For you guys that don't know what the heck I'm talking about, audio ducking is just like, it's just a compressor, sorry, detecting when an audio source is outputting a certain volume level, and then when it detects that volume level, it lowers the volume of another audio source. So in this case, I had it set to like dip the music out when my voice was hitting a certain threshold, but I guess I just had that set wrong, and when I yelled, I noticed the music got quieter. I've been so mad at this setting because I thought it wasn't working for the longest time. I just set it up wrong. I am the fool. It's OBS Studio I'm working with, yeah. Yay, yelling! Oh my goodness. That's so freaking silly. So before I upgraded my computer to this system now, I had all this stuff set up perfect and everything was working great. And then I tried to ballpark it when I moved some stuff over, and some things were still in my old hard drives that I brought into this system too, which shouldn't have changed much, as I just had to, like, you know, put everything in the directory the same way that I had in my last system, which I did, but for some reason certain elements of my OBS settings weren't working and certain plugins weren't working, so I like reinstalled them and stuff and it still wasn't happening. I guess I just did it wrong. They weren't quacking at you. They weren't quacking at you. Oh god! Hoshi made a liar of me. Hoshi, why? To Turkey, what's up, dude? Welcome back, man. It's good to see you. Holy smokes, I haven't seen you in so long. How are you doing, buddy? Turkey's a cool guy. I got to meet him a couple times at TwitchCon. At least I think we met twice, right? I know we definitely met once at the first San Jose TwitchCon. That's good stuff. Ah, it's already been so long. I can't believe it. So let me see here. I am, again, just gonna play with this silly audio ducking crap to see if it actually works the way that I want it to here. All right, that's cool. I'll mess around with that more later. What a fun discovery. We only met once, but we hung out all 3 days we were there. Okay, so that's probably why it felt like twice. Life was so different then, Turkey. Am I right? We Mighty Ducks. We D3 the Mighty Ducks. Lots has changed for me, man. I have a child now. What? You're a Faja? That's incredible. Congratulations to you, Turkey. Seriously, that's so cool, man. Faja. Oh my gosh. Your kid is gonna have like the coolest dad experience. That's so awesome. Yes. Yeah, I'm so happy for you, man. How old is your kiddo? Don't, Cloud. Don't poop on the ice, man. Don't talk about pooping on the ice. No. No one wants to think about that. What we should be thinking about is the question of the day, which if you're just popping in, like yourself, Turkey, check it out, man. We got it right up there in the top right corner. If you need to as well, and you can't read it for some reason, then you can type in !QOD in the chat. Pull it up there. If you would like to respond to it, that is. We're talking about stuff that we've done that we're genuinely proud of and how we did it. Lucy, is that Kirby pooping on the ice? While also simultaneously sliding on the ice? Because that's disgusting. That's disgusting! He's very shocked at the pooping duck. Great, now we need a pooping duck emoji. Do it, Jen. Do it. You know, I just realized, I don't think we've ever played a Kirby game on the fence. And, I don't think that's ever been a problem either, but it feels like a problem now. I also love Kirby. We just never play those kinds of games here. Don't poop on the ice. Like, these are not suggestions, okay? Did I just hear what? No. It's quacking spiders, man.
I am the quack you hear in the night. Quack.
Oh man, 3 weeks old turkey, really? Oh, that's so cool. A newborn. That's so exciting, man. I feel like having a kid is kind of a cop-out answer for the question of the day. So I feel like this could apply to so many situations where you're encountered with a question like this right now. Maybe that's why it feels like a cop-out answer, because I don't think it's a cop-out answer. I think that's like, if you were going to be proud of anything, you should be super proud of having a kid. Like, that's awesome. But I respect your decision still, man. What's the second answer? Second answer is to Turkey 100% platinum trophied Final Fantasy X without looking anything up. Oh my gosh. So I know a little bit about that just because our bad mod has gotten the platinum on Final Fantasy X. Or rather, he's gotten every trophy across 2 platforms. So he's gotten the unofficial platinum of Final Fantasy X, if I remember right. And he described that experience as one he would never go into again. That is amazing. I'm proud of you. Good job, man. Not sure if my QOD answer made it through from my phone. Lost. I was just talking about that whenever I came back from break. Could you please post that again? I don't think that I saw it. I saw that you posted it, but it slipped by me as chat was moving, so I didn't think I get to see it at the time. And we didn't put it in the camp. Lucy said, sometimes when I hear the kind of themes in Kirby stories, I'm like, how is it so deep for a game where you inhale and copy people? Yeah. I do have to say that I'm not too familiar with most narrative elements in Kirby games, so I can't really weigh in on that one. However, the games are very fun, and I always enjoy playing them. Although I think the last one that I played, was it Kirby's Epic Yarn? I played a little bit of that one. And before that one, I think the last Kirby game that I played was on the Nintendo DS, which was very cool. I think that was Kirby Canvas Curse. It was just a very different kind of Kirby game that totally relied on using the stylus to draw pathways and stuff for Kirby, because he, like, loses his arms and legs. It sounds much more gruesome than it actually is, but he's just a cute little puffball. with no arms or legs. He just rolls around everywhere. That game was fun. Had a really good soundtrack too. I'm scared. I need an adult.
Quack. No adults, only ducks. Quack.
The spider's still here. Yeah. Both Jen and I determined that it was too small to take care of, so we're letting it live. We're letting it do its thing. Trying to murderize his mini eyes with my big muscle arms. I don't know what kind of response I was expecting from you there, Jen, but it wasn't that one. Oh my gosh. Won't be doing it again. Grinding luck spheres hurt my soul. Man, and then are we talking like before the remastered versions of these games? Well, I guess we wouldn't be because you got the platinum on it. Because they did some things in the remastered version that like made it easier to grind out some of those spheres, right? If I remember right. But still, man, that's a lot. That's a lot of nope. Oh, your phone was buffering like mad. Lost. I think that we figured out why. So I used to have transcoding options on this channel where, you know, it just automatically applied whatever settings were best suitable for your internet connection. And if it didn't, then you could click the gear icon and like switch it up to a different quality setting. We don't have that today for some reason. So I have adjusted my bit rate and I dropped it down to 3,500 instead of 6,000. So that should make it a little easier on most people with like internet connection troubles. So I'm sorry about that. I think I had a little bit of control over that. I didn't realize that I needed to do that earlier. Turkey, man, lots of stuff new. Since you and I last talked, I have moved to Pennsylvania. I got engaged. I started a career as a certified peer support specialist. Check it out, man. Oh my god. Yeah. Actually, I don't think I showed this to any of you guys. But I got this here certificate. Ta-da! For getting my certification through the state as a peer specialist. So that's pretty hype. Basically, if you don't know what that is, Turkey, my career is, you know, working with people who deal with like mental illness and co-occurring disorders and things like that. And helping support their recovery, which is really awesome. So it's kind of like what we've done here for years, but minus the video games and streaming. So that's fun. It's really exciting. What else? Those are like the really big things, you know. That's been cool. A lot has changed, man. A lot's been going on. You never played a Kirby game, Cloud? Oh. Oh. This doesn't sound like new information, but I'm shocked nonetheless. Your last Kirby game was Superstar. Wow. Long time ago. Used to pause Kirby in Dreamland to draw literally every iteration of his power-ups when I was little. I loved that game. It's so fun. It'd be a fun thing to draw. It's so cute. Don't punch the spider. Don't punch the spider. Am I tall? No. It's an optical illusion. I've never, ever been tall. Always been short. What is going on with my hair? Anyway. He's as tall as a Lalafell. I'm just a great mini Lalafell stacked up on top of each other. Oh, Lost answered the question of the day, saying, probably that house I've been working on with my grandmother for the last year. It's finally coming together. And sure, I got depressed along the way, ended up sobbing in the garage for an hour, but I pushed through because I want my family to prosper. Excuse me. Because I want my family to prosper, and I want me to prosper. And by God, I'm too stubborn to give up as long as there is a chance I can succeed. Yes, Lost. That's what I like to hear, man. Good for you. I'm proud of you for that too, man. Lost recently sent me some a brief video tour of the place that he's been fixing up and the house he's been working on. And man, they've done so much to it. So awesome. And I know that you've been going through a lot with that, man. The emotional weight of that task alone has been a lot. But just it's such a grand undertaking as well. Renovating a house and restoring a house and fixing problems in a house, that's a headache and a half in and of itself. When you're trying to do it for the sake of your family, and there's some pressure on you too because of some of the situations that you'd faced with like landlords and stuff like that. Like, gosh, man, yeah, I'm so psyched for you. Like, you deserve this victory, man. I'm so glad you're getting close to being done with it. It's awesome. The way that you said that, the closing statement there, being too stubborn to give up as long as there's a chance that you can succeed. You and one of the peers that I support would actually get along great. She's a really cool person, and she likes to say, oh, I'm trying to remember the phrasing. She likes to say that she pushes through her depression out of sheer spite. She pushes through her anxiety out of sheer spite. Basically, she pushes through everything out of sheer spite. And it sounds negative, but in my mind, I always interpret that as she's just got a strong will. Like she refuses to go down without swinging. I think it's cool. But you two have a similar like mental image of yourselves. I think you guys would get along well. That makes me an anti-gas. I don't think y'all have ever seen me and Jen stand up next to each other, have you? Unless we've posted pictures on Twitter that show that, which we might have. But oh, that's funny. Dude, that's right up your alley. That's LLC on stream to a T. Your channel's built around it. Thank you, Turkey. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, us LLGs, man. We've been doing this thing for, oh gosh, it's 2021 now, and I think we started in 2014, so 7 years, man. Going on 8 this year. Yeah, it's awesome. I'm so glad to finally be doing this for a living too. The irony of it is that I'm working a lot with people now, and I've altered my schedule to have enough time to still stream, but I don't have as much energy as I used to have to stream. So it's very interesting. I'm still doing what I love, and one of the things that I love that inspired me to be a peer specialist, I don't have as much energy for, which is a bummer. And I'm hoping to figure out a way to rectify that this year. That's one of my big goals, because I want to start streaming more frequently again, because it's just such an important thing to me. And I'll figure it out one way or another, but I just thought it was ironic, but yeah, it's so cool. I love what I do. I'm back on track too to start figuring out how to blend these two things, the video games and live stream entertainment with peer support and recovery. I'll figure out a way to do it, man. And I've got an example. There's I'm trying to remember the name, but there's an organization out of Australia that's kind of doing sort of a similar thing. Not necessarily the peer support, but they're doing mental health work using video games and science surrounding video games to reinforce it. And I thought it was so cool. I heard about them from the Video Game Awards last year, and I was like, wow, that's amazing. So that's pretty inspiring to see too, because I know it can be done. So we'll figure something out. We're on our way. Not bad. Not bad for getting ready to close out my 20s. I'm turning 30 at the end of this year. It's kind of cool to look back on and realize that I've been able to work on something that I believe in over the course of my 20s. You know, I think in retrospect, I'm really proud of that. Actually, I am really proud of that. That's probably my answer to today's question. Actually, the thing that I'm genuinely proud of is that. And how did I do it, man? Well, that's a big answer. A lot of want to, you know. Streamed and played video games a lot, traveled a lot, did a lot of self-reflection and work on myself and my mental health and all that good stuff. Met a lot of people. Let a lot of people into my life. Yeah, that's probably one of the biggest things that I'm super proud of that I've done by far. I'm still super proud of you guys in this community and everything that you guys do. So amazing. I brag about you guys constantly. It's kind of ridiculous. My supervisors have heard so many stories about this place. I think I started telling stories about the LLGs and in this community during my interview with my current job, which they found really interesting. So it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool how things come together. 3 dance fence has been... That is a big typo. That is a big typo. Gust of wind 3 dance. Lost, awesome. Yes, please do send more pictures. Playing Monster Hunter World again, Bunny. And not looking forward to killing the flying cotton ball again. Oh no. Oh, what the heck was that thing called? Like the squirrel thing? I love the flying squirrel thing. I like the poison one, or it's the sleep one. He puts you to sleep. He looks awesome. The turkey said, once my lady gets off of maternity leave, I'm cutting hours at my job to dodge daycare, and I'll be a stay-at-home dad, but working on the weekends. But I'm gonna stream the days I didn't work. I haven't streamed consistently in about a year. Couldn't be more excited. Heck yeah, man. Look at that. Look at that. Get to have a kid, cut back some of the work hours, be a stay-at-home dad, being a cool dad, and then you gotta be a streamer dad on top of that. That's awesome, dude. Good luck, man. You'll have to shoot me a message whenever you start going live again. I'd love to come and hang out and support you a bit, man. Come check it out. I'll welcome you to your 30s, where us cool guys are at. Lost, you're a pretty cool guy. So I am honored. Thank you for heralding me into the 30s. Still got 2 years, turkey. Well, you're only 28, man. I had no idea. Ghostwind Samurai, what's up, dude? Man, you guys, if you haven't seen Ghostwind Samurai's live streams yet, you gotta go check them out. We'll get a caster command out in the chat for Ghostwind Samurai, please. This dude is great. Some of you old timers might know him better as Lauriston III, but he started streaming, and he said some really beautiful things during the last stream that we were live here. Apparently, he was very inspired by this place, and I went to go check out his stream over the last couple weeks during some of my downtime, and had a really good time there. Very down to earth, soft spoken man. Knows a lot about the games that he's playing, really into the games that he's playing, and he's super duper engaging. Talks to everybody. So if you like a good chat environment, you like basically what you see here, but with just this really awesome, like, epic aesthetic that's just very, very chill, very low key, and it's just such a vibe. It's such a good vibe. Go check him out, man. You won't be disappointed. He's been playing The Witcher 3. He's doing some modded gameplay of it. He has this really cool mod where Geralt is... The model of Geralt is the one from the Netflix series. I forget the guy's name. But that's what he looks like. And then he's got, like, all these cool, like, magic mods applied that just add a whole new level of depth to the game. Like, new spells and effects, and they're all really detailed and well done. It's fun. It's fun to watch. Yeah, go check out Ghostwind Samurai. Henry Cavill, that's it. That's the one. Yeah. The butt chin guy. Yeah. Oh, thank you for the kind words, Ghost Wind. You are so sweet. I appreciate you. Oh, no, money. Yen the Winter Wolf. Man, I already forgot what your name used to be, but Jennifer, what is going on? Welcome back. How are you doing today? I gotta be the youngest person in this chat. Hoshi, that's okay. That's okay. We welcome people of all ages. You are not even close to the youngest person we've ever had in this chat. I remember somebody brought his brother in one year. Oh man, they're both really good people. This must have been almost 5 years ago now, but I think it was Payday Man. Payday Man, who used to frequent the channel really regularly when he was in high school, brought his little brother in. And I think his little brother was like 10 when he started watching us. He's a cool kid too, and he still comes in from time to time. We'll see him every once in a while. And then I remember I think probably our oldest moderator, not oldest as in like they've been here the longest, but oldest as in like in age, was a wonderful woman who was like in her 40s. So, you know, not that that's like old, you know, but like my point is that like we definitely spanned the age gamut, and I'm sure that there have been folks older and younger who have come in and out of here at time or two as well. The internet's a cool place. That's been pretty awesome. There are very few places in the world where I get to interact with so many different age groups all at the same time. So thank you for allowing me to do that, chat. You guys are amazing. But all the better for fighting in the face of your enemies with, my dear. What is this, like the big gassed wolf? Like what is that? Yin answers the question of the day saying, this is a bit embarrassing, but was confessing to my crush. That was the thing that you're genuinely proud of that you've done. Yeah. Yin continues to say, I'm not usually one to risk stuff, but I found out he knew I was crushing, so I bit the bullet and asked him if he wanted to date after I went through facial feminization surgery. So we both have time to think things out, and he can get comfortable with the idea that his best bro's now a chick and has a thing for him. I'm still super embarrassed about it. Wow. So there are so many elements at play there that would make this a matter of just building up your courage to ask this question. I don't think that I've ever been in a situation just because of like the obvious difference of not going through a transition while being interested in somebody and then asking that question and then hoping that they're going to be comfortable with it, and then you know, like wondering if they're interested in me that way too at the same time. Like I've asked people out and faced that feeling before, but there's a layer there that I think in my mind would make that much more difficult and scary. And by gosh, Yin, you did it. And that is so cool. I'm so proud of you. I'm glad you're proud of yourself for that too. That's amazing. Heck yeah, man. Good for you. That's fantastic. Some really cool people doing some cool stuff here to be proud of today. And Yin, you rock. Yeah, good for you. Get some hearts out there in the chat, everybody. Get some Vince T loves in there if you got them. That's amazing. Holy smokes. You know, I've dated close friends before in the past, and I remember like feeling like there was so much pressure involved with asking that kind of question. Of course, this was times when I was like in high school and stuff. So I think that like, you know, when you're in high school and, well, or just when you're young in general, like it feels like there's so much more pressure on you for these types of decisions and these types of questions and possibilities, and everything's very intense the younger you are, I think. I think back then, like, that kind of stuff was like really just made me freeze up, you know? Although I can't just say it's just when you're younger. I mean, hell, before I confessed to Jen, I remember feeling very nervous and like, oh my gosh, what's gonna happen? What's she gonna say? And how's this gonna go? You know, like it feels like there's a lot on the line, and it's scary and exciting, and just it's a lot, you know. So I just think that's awesome. Who else out there has dealt, like, I don't want to say dealt with that, it makes it sound like a bad thing, but who else out there has experienced this? And do you have any stories to share around it? Didn't even notice these emotes. What is this? More Kirby emotes? That's amazing. I'm 17. Shake my head. I'm a baby. I'm a baby. You're not a baby. Baby is what's on the menu. Baby is what's for dinner. No, you're not baby. Definitely had people younger than you on the stream before. Dating longtime friends is daring. It takes a lot of backbone, says Lost. But I think those relationships are the ones that have the best luck of compatibility, but also the most risk of loss. Yeah. I know that that's the dilemma that people face all the time, because they're like, I really like my friend, and we get along so well, and, you know, like, if things go south, then I lose my friend, because how are we going to stay friends after that? And, you know, it's I think that it's a very justifiable fear. I mean, I've seen a lot of ups and downs in relationships just from my peers, and I think that, you know, it's not an unfounded fear. I've seen friendships just deteriorate after they've tried to be intimate, and then it didn't work out, you know, because they just, the emotional baggage that's attached to that, they weren't able to, you know, just hold it together and get over that. And it's totally understandable, you know. I think some people have a greater capacity for that, and they don't have a problem staying friends after, you know, getting romantic. But I think that there's a lot more people probably who don't, or do have a hard time with that. Just in my experience, it's not like I've like read studies on it or anything like that. Just from what I've seen more people struggle with that than not. So I get it, and I have personally struggled with that myself. So you know, I know how that is. Definitely takes a lot of courage to ask in that situation. Known him for 14 years now. Wow, Yen. I gotta take things slow, but I'm working for it. Man, it's so awesome. That's so awesome. Well, you know what? Don't be embarrassed. Don't, like, I guess that's all. That's the only don't I have. Don't be embarrassed, because you did such a cool thing there. You're rocking some socks. Lucy says, I think the layer you talk about is an uneasy feeling in the back of the mind that rejection for multiple things would be possible, regardless of if it's grounded in reality or not. Yeah. And your mind's already racing whenever you're thinking about asking that question anyway, right? But I just imagine that whenever you're asking that question in the midst of like a transition process too, like both of those events separately, there's a lot of like anxiety and fear and, you know, wondering what's going to happen and how people are going to react and what people are going to think. Well, you know, on one element with the transitions, like a lot of people wondering what a lot of people are gonna think, or how they're gonna accept me or not accept me. And then with the romantic aspect of asking a question or confessing to a person, there's that on like a micro level, but it's really intense because you have such strong feelings for the person that you're confessing to. So I feel like both of those would just like amplify each other, you know? So like, yeah, man, that's a lot. But, man, Yin didn't let it stop her. It's awesome. Sometimes it's just about taking that chance, you know? Give yourself a shot. Don't say no to yourself before you give whatever possibility out there says no to you, you know? Because a lot of times those possibilities don't say no. We just are worried about them saying no. We shall be like Naruto. A little bit of each of the nine-tailed beasts. Never confessed to anybody lost, so I'm like at 0 XP on confessions. are you the type, like, because I know that it's romantic relationships are not for everybody, but have you ever been interested in somebody romantically before? If you don't mind answering that question, I know it's kind of a personal one. You can always say no, everybody. You don't have to answer my questions. Oh my god, look at all the Kirby's! These aren't, you said you just found these? Are these free Kirby emotes? Twice lost, wow. But you never confessed how you felt? Was there a reason why? I mean, that might be a complicated question. But if you had to like sum it up, like what was the reason why you didn't ask? Ghostwind Samurai says, I remember asking my girlfriend out, and it felt like the initial jump out of a plane when skydiving. Yeah, it really adds some serious weight to the term taking a leap of faith, doesn't it? You could confess to me lost. There you go. Cloud's got you lost. It's so funny as Cloud says that too. I know exactly the example that he's pulling from, because there was a stream that we did where we were playing it's a Jackbox game. What the heck was it? I think it was Quiplash. And one of the responses that came up just made Lost laugh so hard, and it just overtook all of our souls for a solid like 15 seconds. It was wonderful. This man's got a hearty laugh. It's wonderful. I never recovered. Oh, it's funny. Yin says, if me and him ever start dating, he'll be my second ever partner. My other one I knew for ages and was friends with till she cheated, which put me in a dark place. Man, I'm so sorry that you had to go through that, Yin. I've been there. It's tough. That's tough. It messes with levels of trust. It messes with like your how you feel about yourself, and just so much more. That's a lot. I understand why it would put you in a dark place, but it sounds like you worked through it. Good for you. Continuing on with Yen's response, they say it made even thinking about dating impossible. But being around him, everything is brighter, and I can smile, laugh, and even confide in him. He's been my friend through a hell of a lot in my life, and I couldn't help but fall for him. It's so cute. I love it. I love stories like this, man. It's just so nice. I wish you the best of luck, and I hope things work out, Yen. That's awesome. Lucy, you were gifted a sub to a Phantasy Star Online 2 streamer. Oh, and he has Kirby emotes? That's cool. Does anybody know, just because we're talking about emotes too, is there like a stipulation on using like franchised or trademarked characters in your emotes as a Twitch streamer? Is that infringing on some sort of like copyright rule, or you know, like constituting like a DMCA strike or something like that? You know, anybody know? I've been curious about that. The first one turned out to be not a good person, says Lost, in response to my question about why he never confessed to the people he had feelings for. And the second one is, well, understood by you. I totally get you. Yeah. Oh, man, that's a bummer. Well, you know, I think it's awesome that, I mean, you had these feelings in the first place, though, man. Like, there's plenty of people out there. I was gonna say there's plenty of fish in the sea, but I hate that saying. It's so cliche. But I do stand firmly with the meaning behind it. You know, lots of opportunity out there. When it happens, it'll happen. Yeah, that's all I can say. I think it might fall under fair use if altered slightly, but not sure. There's plenty of ducks pooping on the ice. What does that have to do with anything? my gosh. Yeah, Jin and I were talking about it one day, and we kind of like originally thought, like I was thinking like not much of it, and then she's like, well, they wouldn't be original characters, like someone else created those characters, so it could be a problem. And then she was kind of bringing up the point like, well, but then people do fan art like all the time, and if you think about it, like emotes are like fan art, you know, because someone else is drawing their favorite characters in a way that they would want to see them portrayed, right? I'm like, yeah, that totally makes sense. So we're like, well then, is it just in this weird like gray area, or how do we feel about that, you know? So I've been kind of curious about it, thinking about it. Hey, Vin, welcome back, man. It's good to see ya. Hope you enjoyed your lurk. We were talking about your question of the day response earlier about you doing speedruns in Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep, man. Good on you, dude. That's pretty awesome. I didn't realize that you were trying to start working on that. You've been taking notes and watching other streamers do it and doing some practice runs and stuff. That's cool. Yeah. Keep it up, man. Also, really excited to hear that you might be trying to stream that someday. Like, that would be super cool. If you do, you let me know. I'll do my best to tune in. Plenty of fish in the sea and oil in my frying pan. Lost, are you saying that you are going to cook your woman of choice? I do not support this. And many a lady to go out to coffee with. Okay, no, you separated the things. Good. Oh my god. Vor! No! 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 Vote against the Vor. No anti-tax in chat. I didn't boo you. I screamed no into my hand so that it would reverberate into the depths of my soul. So that I knew how much no I was expressing to this idea. Haven't run Cars Racerama in a long time, but that'll be one of the games I speedrun whenever I stream. I would be so surprised if you didn't speedrun that when you started streaming, Vin. Like, when I think of you and I think of, like, speedrunning, and those two things together, like, that's you, man. You gotta do that. That's, like, your game of choice. Eric Andre will be right back. I don't have that tune in my head. I never actually sat down and watched his show. Although I do get a kick out of that one bit with Lance Reddick when he has a guest appearance on that show. It's hilarious. It's not PG, so I can't reference it here. But you all have access to YouTube. Go check it out. Got my crush to agree to watch shows together, both in person and sometimes over a Discord call. Asking him to do that was embarrassing. Oh, why was that embarrassing? What was so embarrassing about that, Yin? That seems like a pretty reasonable request. That's things that you probably have done together before, right? Sounds good, Vin. I look forward to it, man. Those of you guys coming in who have not seen it yet, we do have a question of the day up in the right-hand corner of the screen. Feel free to check it out. And if for some reason you're not able to read the text on the screen, you can type in !QOD in the chat and pull it up that way. Today, I'm asking everybody, what is something you have done that you are genuinely proud of? And how did you do it? Let us know in the chat. We'll talk about today. We'll talk about today? Probably, but we'll talk about that today. My goodness. Yeah, man. Oh, gosh. I hadn't thought about an answer to this until we were talking earlier, and like I said, just my cop-out answer to steal words from Turkey is like often this stream and this community, and getting to meet so many of you guys and gals and talk together and hang out together and do this for so many years. The reason I feel like that's a cop-out is because I say stuff like that all the time, right? I feel it strongly. But I am very proud of it, especially nowadays, man. I think there was a long period of time where I was like, am I doing something that is actually leaving an impact? Am I spending my time wisely? Am I spending my energy wisely? There's a point in time where, you know, I was pushing myself very hard to do this stuff, and I thought, you know, that I was kind of like being somewhat self-destructive to a point. And I remember during those times I thought, like, well, is it worth it? And you know, I remember that being a very real question a time or two. And nowadays when I look back on it, I'm like, oh, absolutely it was worth it. And even when I still struggle with the idea of coming up and being live some weeks, because, you know, like I said, I'm just tired sometimes, it still always ends up having the same answer to that question. Like, the answer to that question is always the same. Yeah, it's totally worth it. I am super proud of it. I wouldn't talk about it so much if I wasn't. I feel like everybody I meet nowadays hears a lot about you guys, so if that tells you anything, it's kind of cool too. Like, my family supported me through a lot of it, like on the sidelines, and then over the years, like, they sort of asked more questions, got more interested, and as I continued to explain it to them, like, they were actually like invested in the idea of what I was doing. And at first, for the first few years, they didn't really like think much of it, I don't think. Not to say they didn't support me, but I just don't think that they thought that it was worth what I was putting into it. And now, like, everybody that I've talked to throughout the years about it is like really supportive and really into it. And I remember one time my mom said something so nice to me. I had brought you guys up for one reason or another in a text message, and she was like, you know, I don't think that I understood what this was for you and like what you were doing for a lot of years, and now I think I do. And I just wanted to tell you that I'm really glad that you're still doing it, that you're still like putting that energy into it. And I was like, oh my god, like that was so validating. Like, that's my mom, you know. So like hearing that from her was, it felt really good. And even if you know, she still didn't understand, I think I'll do it anyway. But I'm just saying that it was nice to also get that. And so I've got a lot of things to think about nowadays when I'm thinking about just this last like 7-8 years, and man, I'm proud of all of it. It's all so cool. Proud of all you guys. But anyway, I digress. That's my answer to the question of the day. Is the point of what I'm saying here. Yen goes on to explain why she's feeling embarrassed by asking her friend to watch some shows and stuff together, saying it's sort of a pseudo date. Plus, now that it's out, it's more embarrassing to do things with him. Normally, I could play it off as a joke, but now he knows I'm genuine. Oh, I see. So it's not just like there's an extra element there now. It's not just like this is something that we do together because we're friends. Now it sort of intimates something more intimate, for lack of better words. Yeah, I see where you're coming from there. You know, just it's okay though. You know, maybe it's like it's an opportunity to get closer and spend time together now, right? And you know, the cat's out of the bag, so to speak. So like, yeah, you both know, are aware of like how you feel. So I could see why that would, you know, feel a little embarrassing and have a little bit more of like an implication whenever you make plans like that. Because like you said, it feels more like a date now. But remember, this is your best friend, you know? Like, it's they know that you feel this way now, but it's still the same. Just enjoy it more in a different way now, you know? It's the same thing but different. So I was looking at Twitch's terms of services, Jin, and you technically can't use copyrighted characters and images. Technically, a company can file a complaint to strike you if they so choose. To strike you? Like to come to your house and just like take a hanger out of your closet and just hit you with it? They could do that? Legally? Oh, we better stop drawing emotes of our favorite characters, everybody. You don't want to get hanger whapped by any of these big companies. Since this crap with music blew up, it only takes one company to come in and start striking emotes for others to do it as well. That's true. That's true. If one person starts to do it, then everyone else is going to start following suit. Oh man, that sucks. Okay, so basically, if we're trying to play it safe and we're trying to think of the future and think ahead, just don't do that. And just avoid using copyrighted characters. Okay. Well, I guess that answers my question. Thanks for digging into that. Creating the art isn't illegal, selling it is, so that's where the emote policy becomes a no-no since you buy a sub to gain the emote. Right, there is a transaction that's made in order to gain access to that artwork, so that makes sense. Man. Kind of a bummer though, you know what I mean? I feel like, and I get it, legally speaking and creatively speaking, I think that people's creative work should be protected, but speaking purely as a Twitch community member and remembering how like what was so awesome about this place from the get-go is that like celebrating our favorite kinds of characters and like just the gamer culture, like the emotes and stuff like that were such a good reflection of that. It's such an integral part of Twitch culture. It's a shame to think that like, you know, the music as well is going to be sort of going by the wayside over time, because if that's in the TOS and everything, then that is inevitably the direction that stuff will go. And it's one of those things that's like I would think about it fondly, you know. I love getting to appreciate some cool new emotes that feature my favorite characters. I'm like, oh, that's awesome. They look really cute, or they look really cool, or something, you know? And I don't experience that anywhere except for, like, social media fan art pages, or Twitch. So, bit of a shame, but I understand it. I get it. Cloud, I walked into the living room and my sister was watching Kiki's delivery service in Japanese without subtitles, unsure of how to process this. That's kind of amazing, actually. Did you ask her what her process, like what her thought process was with that? Turn off the TV. Yes, Disney can beat you up. Oh, well, I don't... Disney could probably beat me up without even doing that. I wouldn't put that past them at all. But now they have another reason to do it. No. Imagine Yoko Taro coming to your house and beating you with a coat hanger. I'd let him. I'd... Cool. I'd be praising him the whole time. I'd be like, you're a genius. You've created such amazing works. Hit me with the hanger more. Oh boy. You can set those specific emotes to free though. Oh! A loophole lost is found. Perhaps? I want to say yes. That would be cool. Cloud. Okay, done. Now what? Go on. Oh man. Hoshi, you're coming back at the appropriate times, really. This is the stuff you want to come back to. That's why you have Kyoto animation emotes, because Kyoto is hella cool. Wait, what's the story with Kyoto animation emotes? Vince doesn't like Haruhi Suzumiya. Why would you out me like this? What did I do to you? I thought we were friends. You can't just do that. I would flip that back around and say Cloud doesn't either, but he already outed himself last time with that one when we were alive. It's not fair, man. I don't like Haruhi Suzumiya. It's not for me. But I do like K-On! And that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, but like, look at how many people sell fan art. Technically, that's illegal, but no one seems to care. Right. So then we're still left with the question of, is it in the acceptable gray area? It's hard to say. Hard to say. I feel like just because of how Twitch is and how, like the type of scrutiny that they've been under for copyright stuff in recent years, that it's still an inevitability in my mind. I could be wrong, but it feels like that's just gonna happen. So yeah. I would feel like playing it safe rather than sorry is probably a good idea. And remember, when the music stuff was going on, even before that started happening, when I started playing music on the stream, this conversation came up a lot. Years and years ago, where we're like, yes, we know it's wrong. I understand that this is not something I'm supposed to be doing, but we're not getting in trouble for it really yet. So, song request? You know, like, we'll keep doing that. We did that for years. And the whole time in the back of my mind, I knew, I was like, this is not gonna fly for long. There's gotta be something that's gonna come up and we're gonna get nailed for it. Worst case scenario, my channel's gonna get banned. Then everything came out, people started getting banned. I was not one of those channels, thankfully, even though I did play copyrighted music in every single stream. When I started seeing that happening, I was like, all right, that's me learning my lesson there, and I don't want to go down that road and maybe take that potential risk again. So I'm just gonna not, because I recognize that, you know, I lucked out on that one. Also, I recognize that they weren't targeting lower level streamers, mostly. Like, it was mostly the higher level streamers that they were hitting, or mid-tier streamers. So I remember at that time I was also thankful that I wasn't like wildly successful as a streamer either. Or at least what other people would consider to be wildly successful. That was probably a feather in my cap as well. But either way, I'm gonna try to not take that risk again. I think back and I'm like, well, if I didn't have any copyrighted music in my videos or anything like that in the past too, I might not have had to feel the need to take down all of my VODs. And I would also like to not have to face any sort of situation like that again. Not that I think emotes would put me in that position, but it could put me in a different kind of compromising position if that did come back around. TLDR, we're just gonna make original emotes. And watch from the sidelines and see what happens to everybody else who's using other really cool emotes too, but of characters that I recognize from other stuff. Imagine if Yoko Taro came over and gave you an Emil mask. You've posed this scenario to me as if I haven't imagined it before. I need more. I need more of that. Imagine if Yoko Taro came to your house armed with presentation tools and lectured you about how your buying habits influenced what he had for lunch yesterday. There we go. That's something I haven't envisioned before. Now, I would probably enjoy that. Now that I'm thinking about it, like, that would probably be a very interesting presentation. Not because the subject matter is interesting, but because the execution of the presentation would likely be interesting. Angel Beats didn't make you cry. I never watched Angel Beats, so I don't know how to feel about that. Kyoto Animation, says Yin, is just an overall cool company. I highly doubt they'd do anything if people used emotes of their characters. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. On the safe side, says Jen, I would just create original content and not have to worry about it. Build your own brand and invest in it. Absolutely. Yeah. You can really not go wrong at all making that decision. Only one emote on this channel. It's the drip drip emote. Oh man, hopefully we'll have some more soon. Beat me with the mask and I will still welcome this event. Yes. He gives the mask and says, all right, have a good one, and just walks out. Like, he just came all the way from wherever he was that day to give me that mask, and then decides that his task has been accomplished and leaves my home. I would follow him. And he would call the police on me, because that's probably stalking. And he would probably ask me to go home. I gave you a mask. That's enough. I'm sorry in advance, Yoko Taro. Yen said, I had the ability to use rune magic. I had a pet wolf that learned how to breathe fire after going missing for a while, which came back to me after I used a rune teleportation magic and a maze trap, which we also started slaying monsters together. I also made a giantess FWB. I want to go back to that dream. I was wondering where this was coming from. I was like, was this in a game? A dream. A dream. I feel like I missed some context leading up to this, but maybe I didn't. I don't know. I did miss the first bit? Okay. I thought I missed something. Oh, here we go. I also had a super awesome badass dream last night, and I tried falling back asleep to continue it, and I couldn't. Oh, okay. Okay. I should definitely have read that first. That sounds awesome. Fantastic. Sorry, I was just messing with something there. A lot of people used to get shocked or even upset if it didn't make me cry, and at times it said I didn't watch the show properly. Wait, you reacted in a way that was not the same as how other people reacted to a show that lots of people liked, and you were told that you didn't watch the show properly? How dare you? How dare you experience your own truth in things that you enjoy, that other people also enjoy? Get Lucy out of here. Banned. Banned for liking things the wrong way. It's wild. That's a shame. I'm sorry to hear that, Lucy. Sometimes people just got sticks up their butts, you know what I mean? What? Called a what experience? The great and beginning? Hold on. For every person I ban, my thumb grows bigger, and I want to see how big it gets. Everybody hated that. Oh no. I've had that happen too, where if I had a good dream and wake up, says Vin, if I didn't finish it, I'll try to go back to sleep and see if I can finish it, but can't. Yeah, I do that all the time too if I have a good dream. Although I'll tell you this, sometimes I have really tragic dreams, but I find them really interesting, and when I wake up, I'm like, oh no, wait, it didn't come to a resolution yet. Can I go back to sleep? I need to figure out what happens next. And it's so weird, guys. It's so weird because sometimes I feel I wake up and I feel so sad, and I'm just like, that sucked. That dream sucked. Better finish it, you know? Except I will say this, if I like half wake up and I'm conscious of the fact that I woke up and I vividly remember the dream in that moment, I can fall back asleep and continue that dream. Like, that's happened to me before. I don't think it's through any like willpower of my own. I think it just happens. But I've done that more than once. Sorry, I was just reading the great and beginning comment again. It's ridiculous. Don't thumbs up after that. How dare you? There is nothing such as watching an anime improperly, unless it's with the back of your eyeballs, but that's more just having to learn to use your eyeballs properly. Yeah, that's a different problem. I've recently learned I sleep talk kinda quietly. Really? I think I do that too. You're not alone there, Lucy. Do you say anything interesting? I originally read that message as, do you say anyone interesting? What? What is Keanu Reeves? That one's not gonna land with everybody. There was one time we were doing a Google search about Keanu Reeves. I can't remember what we were trying to look up about him, but for whatever reason, we typed in, what is Keanu Reeves? And didn't catch it right away. And now it's in our Google search history. You mumble and occasionally argue with people in your sleep, Lost? Huh. You have intense dreams, maybe. You sleep talk in Dutch, Lucy? Despite English being my most spoken language by a landslide. Oh, but you can speak Dutch? That's cool. Apparently I say things like, shut up, no, you're being stupid. Oh, wow. Your subconscious is very confrontational. I take it. I was trying to see where he was from. Oh, that's right. I forgot. How is Keanu Reeves? I apparently do talk in my sleep about music that I'm working on. This was brought to my attention several days ago. You can speak 3 languages fluently and bits and pieces of others. That's really cool. So English and Dutch. What's the 3rd language that you can speak, Lucy? Jen, we gotta get on top of it, man. We can barely speak 1 language. All right, check it out, friends. Loving our discussion. Let's keep it rolling. Why don't we play some video games as well? How's that sound? Who's up for NieR Replicant? I'm up for NieR Replicant. Let's do it to it. You hate video games? Get out of here. Get out of here, Cloud. If that even is your real name. More NieR! More NieR. I should read all the Forest of Myth text in this voice. That'd be tragic. Let's do it! Here we go. Oh! So good. It's so good. The Song of the Ancients, I feel like you could do that, like that Shaq DJ meme to it, and it'd still work really well. Yeah, Song of the Ancients Fate. Well, that might be Song of the Ancients Fate. I don't remember if Fate is the one that's in Automata or not, or if it's the one in Replicant. But there's 2 versions, 3 versions that are in Replicant. I think it is Fate, because it's the one that plays during a key boss battle. I forgot to add that bit of context. A key boss battle in this game, in Replicant. Yeah. Depends on how you define a language. If we go by officially acknowledged, then the 3rd is Limburgish. One of the bits and pieces languages is German, but I can basically only say simple things like, I'm going to the movie theater and I can understand what you're saying, but not speak the language. Oh, that's cool. Okay. So basic phrases in German. Limburgish. I don't think I know of anyone who can speak Limburgish. I don't know that I've ever heard that language. Have you heard that language, puppy?
Have you heard the language? Have you heard Limburgish language? That's a good boy.
Stop working and play with me for once.
No! Have things to do. Trying to be a good brother.
Alright, so we're going to the Forest of Myth now. Because we got a funky letter with lots of dreaming in it. We had a funky dream about the forest. So did our sister. So we're gonna go see what it's all about.
Petulant child. Trying to ask me to play with him.
Who does he think I am? Wow. Okay. I guess we one-hit things now. Good gosh.
No! Vince need to do things! Things important! Go play with God, small human!
Go play with God, small human. I like that bit.
No, I won't play with you. Go play with God.
Oh my gosh. I would die if I heard someone say that to a child who asked them to play with them. What the hell? Oh man, that's a good one. And we need to quote that. You meant dog? That makes it even better. Oh yeah, thank you, Vin. You're doing dog's work. Oh, it's good stuff. It's the accidents that make life better. Song of the Ancient's Fate is in all versions as an alternate version of the song with a more highly tense and somewhat emotional, from one side, feeling to it. Okay. I just know it sounds different in Automata. Like, it's much more intense. Immortalize my dyslexia. It's good, man. It's good. Oh. Bob Ross called that a happy accident. Go play with God, small human. Dog bless. It's all God's fault that your tank died. Do better.
It sure is quiet here.
Such silence bodes ill. There's trouble on the way. I'm certain of it.
You know, a little optimism now and then wouldn't hurt, Vice.
Yeah, Vice. Gotta be such a Debbie Downer.
Such cheek.
Such Debbie. Limburgish is rarely ever gets mentioned anywhere. It's basically a language spoken in the southeast of the Netherlands that takes mostly German inspiration in terms of pronunciation and some words, but also Dutch, making for a somewhat silly fusion of the two. That's cool. I never knew that. Thanks for sharing, Lucy. So you could speak Limburgish pretty well then, huh? Just God comes down to earth and plays with the kid. Sorry, kid, he's busy. We'd be like looking over our shoulder in the background, giving a thumbs up to God. My man. Beware of what?
Beware the words.
Oh, I see.
The words? What do you mean?
Contagious words.
Oh.
Those who dream.
Those who dream?
Hold a moment. There is a strange new sensation in my mind.
Weiss's voice rose in a quizzical way.
It is not quizzical.
What's going on?
The villager's body shuddered as he slowly opened his eyes.
Perhaps we should start by asking this man.
Who are you?
We heard something happened to this village, so we came to see if we could help.
The mayor stared at Fence and Weiss.
If you can speak to me, I must have caught you in my dream.
In your dream?
The mayor explained. In the past weeks, a mysterious disease called the Death Dream had spread across the Forest of Myth. Those who caught it were cursed to fall asleep and live forever within the world of their own dreams. The village mayor had determined the Death Dream was spread from person to person by spoken words, but before he could learn more, the disease took him as well. Weiss stared at the mayor, his mouth twitching slightly.
Now see here. Are you saying that we have been absorbed into your dream?
Well, yes. I think you have.
In other words, we've caught the death dream?
Uh-oh. Before the mayor could confirm Fence's suspicion, Weiss exploded with rage.
Ridiculous. Preposterous. Completely unfathomable on every conceivable level. I don't even recall falling asleep.
That's just how the death dream works.
Though polite, the mayor was clearly trying to brush aside the book's remarks.
My remarks are not to be brushed aside, fool.
The mayor twisted his mouth into an embarrassed grimace, then quickly changed the subject to who Fence had seen and what they had discussed since coming to the village.
Something there must have caused you to enter my dream. A certain conversation, a specific word, something.
Fence and Weiss racked their brains, but could find no easy solutions. There were simply too many words to consider, too much random chatter, too many meaningless conversations.
Grimoire Weiss does not engage in meaningless conversations.
The mere suggestion that Weiss chose his words carelessly seemed to sting his pride.
It does not seem to sting my pride, you bloated gasbag of a narrator.
Oh! Well, I never been called a bloated gas bag. Or a narrator.
It has demolished it utterly.
Irritated, Weiss looked skyward, as if searching for answers in the heavens.
I was doing no such thing. Just leave me alone already.
The anger created by his harsh words bled over to Fence like a contagion. Well, I'll say! You jerk! Wait, said Fence suddenly. Did someone just say contagion? Yes, I believe so. What of it? Well, that villager told us to watch out for contagious words, right? The mayor leaned forward with renewed interest, pushing a startled Weiss aside in the process. He must have said something, right? Asked the mayor. Some specific combination of words? What was it? It was about dreaming, or something that dreams, or... yeah, what the hell was it? A sheep? Cried Weiss suddenly, blurting out the first thing that popped into his head. The others stared at him for a moment, before slowly shaking their heads. After a few more minutes of thought, Fence's face suddenly lit up. I remember, he said. Those who dream. That's what he said, I'm sure of it. At this, the mayor produced a thick sheaf of papers from his pocket. He flipped through them a few times before finally nodding his approval at Fence. That sounds right, he said, as a stray sheet of paper fluttered to the ground. My notes also mentioned something about that. I bet it was the last thing you heard before you fell asleep. The mayor shook his head. his worn pencil stub tracing lines across a lone piece of paper. "For the last month, I've done nothing but study the disease we call the death dream," he said. "I mean, I'm the mayor, right? It's my job to protect people from whatever comes along. But I never expected a couple of outsiders to start entering people's dreams." The mayor paused, a grimace crossing his face. "I should probably be taking notes or something." Vice immediately fired back. "I applaud the force of will it takes to research a disease in your dreams," he said. "But perhaps we should bend your efforts to escaping this place instead of trying to understand it." The mayor's hand tightened around his pencil, snapping off the tip. "I've tried to escape. From the very first moment I realized I was locked inside my own dream, I've been looking for a way out. But I don't think it exists. I mean, this is my dream, right? If there was an exit, I'd know about it." He paused for a moment, his unfocused eyes staring at nothing. "My village was beautiful," he said to no one in particular, "and it was filled with the most wonderful people you could ever hope to meet. But once this disease took hold, things changed. It's like someone took a sponge and soaked all the color out of our lives. I just want us to be whole again. I want us to be free. And I won't stop trying until that happens." Vince nodded in agreement. "Huh? Wait a second, I didn't nod." "Look, if we can be of any help, just ask." "Now hold on, I did not just say that." "Silence!" cried Vice. The grimoire looked from Fence to the mayor and back again, his face filling with confidence. "Grimoire Vice's face is always confident, thank you very much. Now see here, Mayor, you told us that nothing can exist in this dream without your knowing of it. But yet you seem surprised to see us when we first arrived, yes?" The mayor slowly raised his head, realization dawning on his face. "Oh my god. You're right. You're right. I had no idea you were coming." "The human imagination is a limitless engine," said Vice, "and dreams are the fuel. If you can imagine an exit, then it must be so. With your permission, we shall search it out." "Thank you," said the mayor. "I don't know how I can repay you." "Payment is not required. We are as eager as you to be done with this place." The mayor suddenly felt as if he could breathe again. He'd almost forgotten what it was like. "Good luck, you two," he called at the departing forms of Fence and Vice. "We're all counting on you." As Fence slowly faded into the misty forest, the mayor was struck by a sense of deja vu. "I saw this man once before," he thought. "But where?" Fence's mood darkened as he trudged through the forest. "This forest sucks." Hours earlier, when the beauty of the place was still a new thing, he'd been confident they could get in, find the exit, be home in time for dinner. But the deeper they went, the more the forest closed in around him. The mist made it difficult to see more than a foot in any direction, and moss-covered rocks seemed determined to twist his ankle. More than once, he'd been forced to steady himself on the rough bark of a tree, and his hands now left small trails of blood on everything he touched. Additionally, Vice was proving to be a spectacularly poor traveling companion. Unhindered by either terrain or physical effort, he spent most of his time urging Fence to pick up the pace and grumbling about their slow progress. Finally, after Vice muttered something about legless turtles being more adept at navigating the environment, Fence snapped. "Okay, Vice, cram it for a second, would you? You don't have to walk." Fence leaned against the tree and tried to stretch the knots from his back. "How can this stupid forest be so big?" he muttered to himself. The moment the words tumbled from his mouth, a cacophony of insects sprang to life. Every imaginable form of buzz, click, and hiss roared out at a volume that rattled his teeth. Fence slapped his hands over his ears and screamed to be heard. "Vice! What's going on?" Fence could see Vice's mouth moving, but he might as well have been shouting in a tornado. The insects screamed, and the forest howled. And then, just as Fence's ears seemed ready to tear from his head and go running for cover, the sound diminished. Hesitantly, he removed the hand from his left ear and listened to the creatures of the woods. Those are woodland creature sounds, right? I would freak out. Like, please, no, never make those sounds, creatures of the woods. Woo 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 ma. Woo ma. As the insect symphony dimmed another decibel, Vince began to detect patterns in the sound. This isn't random, he thought. It's not just white noise, it's something else. The insects weren't just calling out, they were asking a question. One with it is lacking, two with it is ideal, three with it is dangerous. What is it? By my pages! Is this a riddle? I guess so. I mean, it feels sort of forced, but maybe it's the key to getting out of this place. One with it is lacking, two with it is ideal, three with it is dangerous. Then I leave it to you to answer. One with it is lacking, two with it is ideal, three with it is dangerous. What is it? A secret. Yup. A seesaw? A relationship. Oh, yeah. Depending on who you are, you could either agree or disagree with that one. Inwardly furious that Vice left the task to him, Vince sighed and gave the only answer that made sense. It's a secret. Right? The sound of the insects stopped as suddenly as it began. The forest undergrowth parted before Vince like a rippling wave, opening a new path. I chose seesaw because it was funny. Oh yeah. Yeah, we ASMR now. These forest arthropods are making a road for us, said Vice with glee. Pleased at passing the test, Vince moved on with new intensity. The path offered his body relief from the undergrowth, but gave an even greater cheer to his mind. As long as they were on a path, their journey had a purpose. I guess the forest has accepted us, huh? Said Vince after a bit. Vice spun around to face his companion. Do not mistake the will of this forest for some happy pet you can suddenly befriend. We have no idea where this path leads. As Vice finished speaking, the pair turned a corner and found themselves facing a clear forest spring. Smiling, Vince picked up a small rock and sent it skipping across the surface of the water. Good heavens, said Vice. His surprise was understandable. Each time the rock struck the surface of the water, a musical note rang out. When the rock finally stopped moving and sank to the bottom of the spring, the ripples it left behind came together to form words. I enter through the window, but break no glass. When night falls, I vanish. What am I? Oh, light, clearly. Absurdly easy, barked Vice. Now answer it. Vince grit his teeth and tried not to reach out and strangle his companion. He's right after all. This one is pretty easy. Sunlight! Sunlight! The pooping duck! A plume of water suddenly burst from the spring. Sunlight filtered through the trees and reflected off the plume, creating a shimmering rainbow that spanned the entire horizon. In all my years, said Vice softly, I have never seen such a sight. Perhaps I have misunderstood the intentions of this place. Hey, look, cried Vince, awaking Vice from his daze. There's a house or something over there. Glancing in the direction of his friend's extended hand, Vice saw a small cottage nestled among the trees. That's weird, isn't it, Vice? I mean, who would build a house all the way out here? Vince walked over and pounded on the door. After a minute of solid banging, the door cracked open and a small man peered out. His body was cloaked from neck to toe in a large black cape, while his face was obscured by mist. And he said, "Reunion." Began Fence, but before he could get any further, the cloaked man held a hand up and began speaking. "I have 4 legs in the morning and 2 at noon, but end the night with 3. What am I?" Fence tried to ask the cloaked man who he was and what he was doing there, but he simply repeated the question. "If we wish to engage this man in conversation," said Vice, "it seems we must answer his riddle." "Yeah, I suppose. Well, at least it's an easy one. I have 4 legs in the morning and 2 at noon, but end the night with 3. What am I?" 2 ducks in a coat! Oh my god. 4 legs in the morning, 2 at noon, but end the night with 3? Why is this one throwing me off? Oh. Never thought about that. Why? It's interesting that a demon and an angel are there. A man. The mist dissolved from the cloaked figure as he spoke a single word. Correct. With that, the man flung his garment aside, revealing his true identity. "I can be your angel, or I can be your devil." Don't you wordplay me. You're the mayor, cried Fence. The small man slowly shook his head. "I am not the mayor you know. Now listen to my words. Long ago, I saw a version of you that was not yourself." Sorry? What's that mean? "It will make sense in time. At present, I simply congratulate you on cracking the seal of the Death Dream. Now you must go to the person at the forest entrance." With that, the man turned on his heel and slammed the door behind him. As Fence watched, mist seeped up from the ground and enveloped the cottage, erasing it from existence. When Fence and Vice returned to the forest entrance, they found the mayor leaning against his tree. As soon as he caught sight of the duo, he sprang to his feet and scrambled over to them. "Good gravy!" he cried. "You made it! You actually made it back!" His left hand grasped Fence's and pumped it so fiercely it threatened to dislodge from the socket, while his right seized Vice by the cover and swung him through the air. "Gah! By the heavens, stop shaking me, fool! We have not even told you if we were successful or not." The mayor smiled broadly and shook his head. "I'm just happy you're alive. I didn't think I would ever see you again." Fence withdrew himself from the mayor's eager handshake with a slight smile. "We broke the Death Dream seal," he said. "At least, I think we did." The mayor's face beamed at Fence as Fence filled him in on the details. When the tale was done, the 3 of them laid down on the forest ground and fell asleep. Fence cocked his head. "Okay, hang on a second. This is crazy. Why would we just lay down and go to sleep?" "Cease your endless prattle and go to sleep, fool. Fighting against the rules of this place is futility itself." Interesting that the rules thing kind of comes up again here, huh? Fence and the mayor obediently reclined atop the grassy earth. "Have you forgotten," continued Weiss, "it is words that control the Death Dream, words that allow us to move from place to place. No matter how unnatural they seem, the words are absolute. Therefore, if the words tell us to sleep, then sleep we shall. And once we do, the story will continue." With that, the trio found their eyes growing heavy, their breath slowing. "This is the first time," began the mayor. "The first time I felt tired since I was..." imprisoned here. His words were cut off by a loud, long yawn, and he remembered nothing more. They might have slept for an hour or a year. When they awoke, things had a slightly more real quality to them. The mist felt thicker, the leaves greener. It was clear that they had awakened from their dream. Vince shook the mayor's shoulder gently. "Good news," he said. "I think we made it." "Oh, wow," said the mayor in an odd voice. "You did. I'm back." He blinked once, and then again, as if not quite believing the sight before him. "You two have no idea how much this means. The death dream was spreading through our village, and I wanted to... Well, I thought I could figure out how to stop it. But I guess that wasn't the case. I must have caught the disease and become trapped in my own dream." The mayor started to stand, then collapsed back to the earth. He stared at his legs as if trying to remember how they worked, and then glanced at Vince and shrugged. Without a word, the young man reached down and pulled the mayor to his feet. "Real life may take some getting used to," said the mayor as a wry smile crossed his lips. "You shall relearn in short order, I am sure," said Vice. "For now, you should return to your home and rest." "No," said the mayor, swaying on unsteady feet. "No, I can't. Some of the villagers are still trapped in the death dream. I have to save them." The mayor slowly made his way to the divine tree in the center of the village, then bowed his head and prayed silently. "This is a holy tree," he explained when the prayer was finished. "It's the guardian of our village's history and memories." "Superstition will only make our mission harder," muttered Vice. "We should not put our faith in the gods." The mayor shook his head. "Not the gods, the words. Legend says that our tree is home to a powerful magic known as a sealed verse." Vince and Vice could not contain their surprise. It seemed a goal had been found in the most unexpected of places. "I say," muttered Vice, "this is certainly a stroke of luck." As the three of them said their goodbyes, Vince mentioned the strange man who had given them the third riddle and the mysterious words he had left them with. "I once saw a version of you that was not yourself," muttered the mayor. "What in the world does that mean?" Lost in thought, he stared into space for a long moment. "You know," he said softly, "this is going to sound odd, but I had a feeling I'd seen you before, too." Vince tried to keep a straight face and failed, but the mayor didn't seem to notice. "Deja vu, right? Anyway, I figure it's just some kind of illusion created by the death dream. It probably doesn't mean anything." Vince gave the mayor a nod and a smile, but inwardly his thoughts were racing. There's something wrong about the mayor and his words. And what exactly is going on here? That riddle would prove to be the most difficult one of all.
Oh, thank you so much. Now I can finally return to a normal life.
I forgot how cool this part is.
This is one of the most bizarre diseases I have ever encountered.
I know. That's why we have to help the other villagers, no matter what.
Now we got the sealed verse for Dark Execution Killer. I love that one. Oh, Ben, have a wonderful night, man. Thanks for tuning in today. And thanks for doing the clips, man. I saw you did them up there. That's awesome. Keep your head up and your heart strong, buddy. We'll see you next time. Can also check out the part of the VOD for my response. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, for sure, man. Yep, it's toward the beginning of the discussion portion. So, just find the break, which should be about 2.5 hours into the VOD, and then you'll be able to find it pretty easily. Have a good one, man. Why are you guys talking about eggs? What? Humpty Dumpty? Oh. Dude, is that what you guys got on about from the angel and devil bit? Ridiculous. Did I help the other villagers in my playthrough? Nope. Wow. Wow. That doesn't surprise me though. This type of section doesn't strike me as your cup of tea, Money. I'm all about it. I used to love text
That didn't take much
adventures.
effort.
Yes, all a touch too easy if you ask me. It's almost as if someone was guiding us to this village.
But who? Also, so weird, man, that the other version of the mayor was there and said he had met Fence or NieR in Grimoire Vice before.
Don't overthink advice.
Had to pay for a weapon though later on, which sucked. You get so much money in this game though.
Now I can finally return to a normal life.
This is one of the most busy.
I know.
All right. I think I mean these are quests, so like isn't it part of the completion to help these villagers?
This person must be dreaming too.
It would appear that way, yes.
Did anybody in chat ever play like old video games that were just like these text adventures? I think it's so cool that they did it in this game because for one, it's something I never would have expected them to do. Like you wouldn't expect to see something like this in a game these days. And it's another one of those things that's like, we're at that section of the game where NieR is just like, what genre am I? You know, it's just playing with a bunch of different ones.
Can't say I'm very excited to go back there. That dream world sort of creeps me out.
Fun fact, dreams actually go slower than reality, not faster. That seems like a very complicated thing to explain over text. I say, as I almost asked the question, explain. or almost asked you to explain. Yeah, I don't get that one. That's cool. You did play those kinds of games, Money? Did you like them? I mean, I guess if you play like visual novels and stuff too, it's kind of along the same lines these days.
Perhaps you should spend less time complaining and more time getting on with the mission.
Lucid dreamers have confirmed this. Also, you can't die in your dreams. Your perspective will just change to ensure you never die. That's cool. I'll have to talk to my mom about that then, because she practiced lucid dreaming for a couple months. And then said the whole thing was exhausting just because you never feel like you're actually getting to sleep. It's just like you're shifting from one reality to another and back and forth for days on end.
Yeah.
Yeah. It reminds me of 9S every time he says that. I remember liking them, but it was so long ago. Yeah. I mean, the older we get too, I think our tastes can change a little bit. So even if you used to like it, you might not like it now. That makes perfect sense. I breathe air scented with death and resist the urge to resist the urge to laugh, for I know it will sound like the words of a madman. How long have I been in this fresh hell? My box, my prison, is tucked away beneath the stairway in the long unused catacombs of some infinite castle. Outside, I hear the sounds of a funeral dirge that plays without end. Light has no place here. Wind is a forgotten friend. I pray for death to come, but he forsakes me. Time passes, and eternity slips by in the single tick of the clock. Someone knocks on my prison. Anyone there? I hear an unfamiliar voice say. My savior. It is Wretched Automatons, yeah. Wait, I was in a battle, but I was going to liken it to a visual novel too. Oh, really? Yeah, I mean, it's very similar. Huh. Lost, that's really cool, man. I would love to learn more about that. You think of this section being as near Replicant's wall market? I have to hear some more thoughts about that one. Alright, I'm gonna continue this story. I claw at the door of my jail, embedding thick splinters under my ragged nails. I scream for help. I laugh. I sob. Surely this is a product of my addled mind. Surely it cannot be true. Help me, I cry. For the love of all the gods, help me. Impossibly, I hear the sound of a lock being torn out and falling to the floor. As the door slowly creaks open, I have just enough time to see a silver-haired boy and a floating book before the light pours inside. My eyes, accustomed to blackness, explode with pain, and I am forced to turn away. Who are you? I ask, shaking hands covering my face. How have you come to this place? I am Grimoire Weiss. This is Fitz. Just Fitz. How long have we been searching for you? Now come, stand. We shall awaken from this nightmare together. The one known as Fence extends his hand and pulls me from the cell. Though my eyes are slow to adjust to freedom, my ears are as keen as ever, and they recognize the staccato sounds of heavy rain. I never thought to hear that again, I whisper. Would that this were not such a terrible storm, said Grimoire Weiss. Look at your feet. I force my eyes open and see water pooling around my ankles, lapping at my shins. There's so much of it. Yes, and more comes with each moment we delay. If we do not make good our escape, we shall all drown in this castle. We know you are weak, but you are our only hope to survive this place. Time, that long-forgotten friend, made itself known again. I nodded my head and swore to save my rescuers, no matter the cost. The castle catacombs are a maze, twisting upon themselves like the endless entrails of a giant. I squint down the dim corridors and proceed north. At the end of the corridor, I find a row of 20 gorgeous canopied beds resting atop a carpet of velvet. All are covered in a thick layer of dust and cobwebs. Searching for the door to the next room, I come upon a shapeless mass of gray matter. It has been shoved against the side of the wall, and despite my fever, I think I see the outlines of a door just beyond. When I reach out a finger and touch a piece of the mass, it turns to dust and drifts away on the wind. Realization slowly dawns, and I fall to my knees and weep. Corpses. I face a mountain of charred and crumbling corpses. I look from it to the beds and back again until the horror dawns full upon me. Someone has piled these bodies into a tower and set them ablaze. Whether they were alive or dead, I do not know, and sanity will not permit me to consider the proposition further. I make a sound, whether scream or laughter I cannot be certain. Then my mind grants me merciful blackness, and I find myself opening the door and leaving the most terrible of rooms. I squint down the dim corridors and proceed east. Squint down the dim corridors. Proceed north. Squint down the dim corridors and proceed north. At the end of the path, the waters rise to my waist, exhausting me both physically and spiritually. I pray that this is the way out. Eventually, I can stand the sight of the waters no longer, so my eyes turn upward. Imagine my surprise when I see a series of paintings hanging on the faded plaster wall. Each depicts a person in the prime of life, clad in clothing of the highest quality. Styles, however, are strange to me, leading me to believe that these people had lived long, long ago. One subject wears an outfit that particularly catches my eye. It is constructed of a thin, breezy cloth, and decorated with a motif of flowers and birds, while encircling the figure's waist is a leather belt of the most perfect construction. It is a stunning costume, even by modern standards. As I gaze at the portrait, I'm struck by the desire to touch it with my own hands. Yet, as I extend a single finger to the painting, I'm gripped by a most unpleasant feeling. Staring closely at the image, I see it bend and warp into the shape of another finger. Something behind the picture is pointing at me. Is it another prisoner? A fellow inmate trapped for eternity in this place? I cannot let it pass, and so I seize the portrait with both hands and throw it into the water. The wall is hollow, behind the painting, and inside I can just make out a body. Whether or not this is a prisoner, there would be no rescue. The poor soul is long dead. Scraps of clothing lie on the floor around the bones. Only a small amount of the fabric has survived, but it features the same delicate designs that were depicted in the portrait. I've been admiring a row of corpses, blocked from view by portraits of each victim at their pinnacle. Enough! Shielding my eyes, I paddle forward through the water. Squint down the dim corridors and proceed south, so we're backtracking. Alright. And here we are at the crossroads, so why don't we go east? Because we know where south goes. At the end of the path, I find myself in a great hall with only the sounds of rain for comfort. The waterlogged red carpet squishes beneath my feet as I approach the center of the room. Once there, I behold a beautiful dining table upon which rests china and silver of the finest construction, as well as the remains of a fantastic feast. As my eyes continue to adjust, I see many chairs surrounding the table, each holding a dinner guest. Noticing movement, I approach the chair at the table's head, but as the truth of the matter dawns on me, I recoil in horror. The host of the feast is a corpse, as are all the invited guests. An army of foul, wriggling insects have made homes in their remains, and this is the movement I saw. This once splendid feast was now nothing more than a requiem for the damned. I took a moment to steady my shaking hands, then slowly back away from the table. Desperate to lose sight of the abomination before me, my gaze lands on the chairs upon which the dead were seated. This is a mistake, for the chairs prove to be even more terrible than the feast itself. Each one is covered in a layer of spikes that run from the seat, up the back and down the arms. This explains the color of the carpet beneath my feet. I can only pray that the unfortunate diners were dead when the meal began. For if not, it is a simple task to envision the agonized screams that must have sprung forth from their mouths. My mind grasps frantically at the possibility that these souls had committed some sort of terrible crime for which this was the punishment. Though in truth, I suspect they had committed no crime at all. There would be no tomorrow for these unfortunates. This was their last supper. I squint down the dim corridors. Alright, so we're not back at that crossroads, so it seems like we can continue like through the hall. We're gonna go north again. Against all hope, we make it to the front door. "Break it down!" someone cries, and so I give myself to the effort. In tandem with Vince and Grimoire Weiss, I slam my body against the thick, sturdy door. On the third try, it gives way, and we find ourselves sprawled on the ground outside the castle. The storm is in retreat. The clouds above are still dark and foreboding, but to the west, I can see a thin shimmer of sunlight trying to break through. "How can I thank you?" I cry as tears join the rain on my cheeks. "I would surely have died in there." Looking down, I suddenly notice that my dress is in tatters and sheepishly try to cover my exposed skin. "Your dress?" asks Weiss. "Then you are a woman, madam?" I am. I proffer the two a smile. I suppose that comes as something of a surprise, seeing as how I exist only in the form of words. I can see that the one known as Fence is disappointed that the torn dress will be given no further description, but he hides it well. With a nod and a shrug, the three of us set forth to our awakening. I got a good chuckle out of that. Man. Yeah, the description is very vivid. That whole like hall and Feast of the Dead scene always stands out to me during this section of the game. You don't remember this, Lucy? Yeah, it might have been a while since you played. I think I first played this game like, oh gosh, like 2 years after it came out, and when I played it again recently with Jin, I like forgot all about a lot of these stories that were here. I just remembered that, you know, the tech stuff happens. It's easy to forget, especially with everything else that happens in this game. But man, this is some good stuff. You pick the first option, that's when you quit. Yeah, it's easy to get lost in the castle. But behind us, an awakening of another kind is taking place. Black smoke fills the abandoned castle, providing the countless damned souls inside with their final shroud. After a moment, the castle's windows shatter with a mighty roar. A fresh breeze blows through the hallways and corridors, clearing the smoke away for good. As we watch in awe, uncountable black shadows slowly flicker to life, crossing to and fro in front of the broken windows. The castle's dead have awakened to their new life as shades.
You have anything to say about that?
Hopefully there will be no labyrinth next time.
I hear that.
We did it.
Thank you so much for saving me. I never want to have a dream like that again.
Man, these dream sequences are crazy. I love it, man. I like this because it's like, it's neat. I like things that spark imagination, and it's neat to like picture these scenes. There's one, I don't know if it's this next one that we're about to do, or if it's at a later point in the game when we come back, but there's one that I remember so vividly for just being really beautiful. I hope it's this one, because it reminds me a lot of like Drakengard. It's really cool, but so interesting, right? Like all the dead people in the castle turned into shades. After the castle was like set on fire. Like, why did the castle catch on fire? That's weird, right? This whole forest is wild. Okay. You played it either early last year or 2019, Lucy? Oh, wow. That is really recent.
And another victim. This work certainly is trying.
All right. Let's free this guy.
I figured a book like you would be into all this word stuff, Vice.
That's a great point.
Even I have my exceptions. Now let's be off.
A colony of massive sculptures was visible in the distance, their tall forms scraping against the sky. Vice and Fence had never seen such a sight, and their eyes widened as they tried to take it in.
Those buildings must be huge if we can see them from this far away. What do you think, Vice?
As Vice considered his answer, the sun beat down on them with renewed ferocity.
Perhaps they are some manner of mirage.
Under this heat, a mirage or two would hardly be an unexpected sight. Vince nodded and wiped the sweat off his brow, leaving a trail of sand in its place. He thought he'd never been so thirsty. The ancient road on which they walked was black and cracked with age. Here and there, thin wisps of grass pushed up through the rocky surface, as if defying those who had laid this material down over their home. The heat reflecting from the road made Vince lightheaded. His feet hurting, he crouched down to rest. I don't know how much longer I could do this. Is someone playing a joke on us or what? The complaining had already begun. Vice tried not to let his eyes roll too much. A joke, he said. No joke. This city leads to the city of, or this road leads to the city of art. Perhaps the path itself is simply some manner of grand artistic work. You don't sound very sure of yourself there. Perhaps not. Thinking of it in this way might make it easier for you to bear. Vince glanced at Vice's grinning face and shook his head and resumed walking. As time passed, Vince's feet grew more painful and his throat drier than he thought possible. He tried not to look further than the next step ahead because the bright sunlight made him hesitant to trust his own senses.
We are definitely getting closer, said Vice in an effort to cheer his companion. Yes, this much is certain. Encouraged, Vince lifted his gaze. Suddenly he stopped walking, choosing instead to stand in the middle of the road, with his mouth and eyes wide open and his finger pointing in the distance. Water! He cried. It's water! Water? Asked Vice. Preposterous. I don't see any water. Over there, just ahead of us. Look, the sun is reflecting off of it. Without waiting for a response, Vince sprang to life and bounded toward the sight.
Just like me.
What in the... There was no water. There was nothing but sand in every direction. Vince closed his eyes and sighed as Vice floated up behind him and chuckled softly. I believe this is known as a mirage, he said. Many a desert traveler has spoken of such things. Vince shook his head, bewildered. Suddenly, he pointed off in the distance, his eyes wide once more. Wait, there it is! I just missed it! Look, it's right there! Vince sprinted off again, leaving Vice with no choice but to follow. After a few minutes of running, Vince came to a halt. I could have sworn it was right around here. Confused, he put his hands up to his eyes, rubbed them vigorously. As soon as he stopped, he noticed a blue, shimmering pool of clear water just over the next rise. With a shout, he bounded off in search of it. The chase continued for nearly an hour, until an exasperated Vice finally floated up to Vince and struck him in the face with his cover. Enough, you blithering idiot! Stop this at once! There is no water here! Vince's face clouded. There isn't? There is not, and perhaps next time you will listen to me when I tell you as much. Vice paused for a moment, and continued speaking in a slightly kinder tone. However, I suppose this mad chase was not altogether wasted. It seems we have arrived in the city of art. Vince looked up. Stretched out before him was a row of impossibly tall sculptures. Their journey was at an end. They're huge! Cried Vince, completely forgetting the heat and the pain of the past few hours. I've never seen anything so big. Each sculpture was formed from roughly the same shape, a tall rectangle that stretched upward toward the sky, but that's where the similarities ended. Most were covered with panes of glass that reflected light in 1,000 directions, while others seemed to be nothing but frames of steel. Some had tall spires on their tops, while others possessed triangular caps. What kind of city is this? Said Vince. Where are the people? Where are the houses? Perhaps the land is intended exclusively for artistic use. I love this whole interpretation of what they're saying based on their own cultural experience. Amazing. The debate continued as they made their way through the city. Miracles of artistry were everywhere. Great iron crates with wheels sat silent on steel rails. Beautifully carved works with lights of red, amber, and green dangled over every street. As they moved away from the massive sculptures, they found a great array of smaller ones. Some were covered in glass or brick, but many were composed of materials they had never before encountered. The sheer variety of colors and styles were staggering. Unable to find a theme or purpose to the abstract works around them, Vince and Vice eventually fell silent. On the outskirts of the city, they discovered 3 sculptures in the shape of humans. Vince uttered a sigh of relief as he approached them. Finally! I was getting tired of modern art. 3 statues were indistinguishable, except for a single word chiseled into their right arms. One read Alpha, one read Beta, and the final one read Gamma. As Vince moved to touch the nearest statue, a bird flew from the top of one of the sculptures. Alighting on the statue's shoulder, it emitted a brief, beautiful song that took the form of words. Only one form is real, the others are false. The real form will always speak the truth. The false ones will only speak lies. With that, the bird departed. As if on cue, the 3 statues shuddered to life, acquiring color and form as they began to breathe. Hey, look at that, said Vince. They're alive. The triplets bowed low before Vince. Please, said Alpha. You have to get me out of this nightmare. I am real. Stop lying, said Beta. He turned to Fence and threw his hands in the air. Alpha's a fake, you know. I'm the real one. What a load of crap, said Gamma. Beta is fake. And everyone knows I'm the only real one around here. Their respective pleas given, the three statues returned to their frozen state as silence once again enveloped the city. When you consider all of the statements, only one of them could be the real thing, said Vice. Fence furrowed his eyebrows and considered his answer. Only one form is real, the others are false. The real form always speaks the truth, and the false ones only speak lies. Oh man, I should have committed their statements to memory more. So Alpha said they're the real one. Beta said that Alpha's a liar and that they're the real one, and Gamma said that Beta is false and everyone knows that Gamma is real. So Gamma can't be real then, because if they were speaking the truth, then Alpha would know that they're real. Just make a clip on the PlayStation. And then for Beta to be real, Alpha would have to be lying, because Beta says that Alpha's lying. So then it can't be Alpha or Gamma. I think it's Beta. The real one is Beta. Though Fence's voice betrayed a notable lack of confidence, he was relieved to see Vice nodding at him. If Alpha were telling the truth, began Vice in the dry tones of a lecturer, Beta and Gamma would be fakes. But in that case, Gamma's claim that Beta is fake would be the truth, even though Gamma is a liar. Therefore, that theory crumbles. Now, let us presume that Gamma spoke the truth. That makes Alpha and Beta liars. In this situation, however, Beta is calling Alpha a liar, which would leave us with two statues telling the truth. Exactly. Finally, let us assume that Beta is telling the truth. If so, Alpha and Gamma's lies would make sense. Therefore, Beta must be real. What a Beta. As Vice finished his explanation, Alpha and Gamma crumbled soundlessly into dust, while Beta sprang to life once more. Congratulations, villager, said Vice in a cheerful voice. The time to awaken has arrived. Thank you for saving me, cried the villager. He dropped to his knees and bowed his head as low as it could go before an uncomfortable Fence pulled him to his feet. Why did you have a dream like this? Asked Vice. Have you been to this city before? The villager slowly looked around at the bizarre objects and sculptures that dotted the landscape, then shook his head. I don't think so. I mean, it's impossible, right? There's no way I could have ever been to a place like this. But at the same time, I feel like I've seen it before. Deja vu, muttered Fence, just like the mayor. The vague sense of unease that struck Fence during the mayor's dream spread once more through his mind.
That was rough.
I am positive I have seen that place before.
Okay, that's enough. Don't need you getting all weird on me too. Okay, there. Now all the villagers can wake up, right?
Yes, if the mayor's assumption was correct. I think I have had enough wordplay to last a lifetime. Thank you very much.
You're telling me. Anyway, let's go see the mayor.
Let's go see the mayor, the mayor, the mayor. So that was the one that I was hoping it was. I remember, I always forget the part where they're going through the desert, but I remember the way they describe the city. And I love it. I love how it's just this like, this depiction of like wonder and amazement. Just because they've never seen anything like that. Even though we can recognize it as like, oh, it's just like a modern city, you know? It's really cool.
Oh, I didn't notice that idle animation before. That's kind of neat. Oh, you're not too stupid for this money. I disagree. Hey, buddy. We saved your people.
Oh, how wonderful. Thank you so much. Here, I have something for you.
You got faith.
Wow, this looks valuable. I can really have it?
Of course. It's apparently a weapon of some renown, but we have little use for it.
Well, we appreciate it.
Thank you again for everything.
All right. We saved the dreaming people. All right, that warrants a save game.
Hell yeah!
All right, excellent. Let me see too. I haven't actually taken a look at these weapons I just picked up. So we got Rebirth. Oh yeah, it's that thing. Unique sword with a round blade. Legend holds that it robs the wielder of his life force. Not very strong either, is it? Rebirth. I always think that one looks like a Drakengard weapon. And then we got Faith. A sword carried by the world's most loyal servant. Like that loyalty, the sword's blade is straight and true. Oh, wait a second, we got the stories here. There was once a famous poet in a land to the far, far east. Now, in his twilight years, his ability had withered such that he could no longer craft a single stanza or verse. The poor poet spent every moment racked with sorrow for what had been lost. But one day, a monk appeared by his side, gently placed a blade in his hand, and imparted the following words that we won't get to hear for forever. You know what? I'm gonna hold off on the weapon stories until we start upgrading these weapons. And we can read them all. Hell yeah. Cool, so with that solved, we could go back to the village.
So how was the village?
Faith kind of looks like 2B's weapon, but older. Kinda, huh? Yeah. I'm trying to think of... I feel like it's an original weapon for this. But I'm not positive. There are a couple weapons that I think they pulled in from Drakengard in this game. But most of them are original. But it's hard to remember.
Oh, it was truly magnificent. There are no words. Really.
Neat.
Let's get back to Popola. She'll probably want to know what's going on in there.
All right. It'd have been funny to see Kaine's reaction to all that too. Come to me, boar man. I wanted that to do more damage to the shade. Like Virtuous Contract? Let's see. Yeah, because that samurai grip definitely gives it that look. Yeah, huh? That's cool. Huh. I wonder if this is like... Because, you know, they have that sword in NieR Automata that that one weaponsmith says you have to collect all this stuff in order for him to forge it for you as like a legendary weapon. I don't even remember what that weapon is. But I feel like it was like a samurai sword too. Well, Virtuous Contract and Cruel Oath are important ones to memorize. Automata rocks, man. I almost started playing that game again recently, but there are several things that I'm invested in right now. I don't want to do that to myself yet. I actually have to get Scarlet Nexus because it just came out. So I'm gonna play that one a bit tonight. You do get Faith in Automata, but I don't know if that's the quest one. Oh, really? That's awesome. Man, I wonder. I played the demo of that and it was so fun. Was it really? Yeah, it looks so good. There haven't been a ton of games that I've been like waiting for a while, but that's one I've been waiting for a while. When I saw it last year, I was like, that looks awesome. I totally want to play that. PGR Global? What is PGR? Punishing Gray Raven. I have no idea what that is. Yeah, Scarlet Nexus, it just came out. I think it came out today. I messaged you before stream telling you to just play the Neo The World Ends With You demo instead today. Oh, did you really? I didn't even see that. Jen told me that the demo just came out since The World Ends With You just wrapped up, the anime. Which, good marketing on their part, you know what I mean? We still haven't watched the last episode yet.
The death dream certainly is a strange illness.
Yeah, it was something all right.
Even I, with my natural love for words, have no desire to visit that place ever again.
I really like that place.
You guys did well. You've been making a lot of long trips lately. Are you sure you're not pushing yourself too hard?
I'm okay. I can't just sit around all day while Yona's sick, after all.
If you say so.
So, anything I can do for you?
Well, I suppose there is one thing I could use a hand with. Have you heard about our plans to repair the canal? The work probably won't happen for a while, but once it's done, we can use the canal for trade and travel and all kinds of useful things.
Travel, but not travel, right? Because it's not very useful.
Unfortunately,
Don't include that in your
however,
list of useful
we're a bit
things.
behind schedule at the moment. If you're willing to help out, I'd really appreciate it.
No problem. What do you need?
Great. So, the man I originally asked to help on this project hasn't shown up for work in a few days. I'm starting to get a little worried, so maybe you can head over to Seafront and check up on him?
It's the seafront, huh?
I'll mark the location of his house on your map. He always carries a red bag over his shoulder, so he should be easy enough to find.
Got it.
Got it.
The person I asked to help with the canal repairs should be in Seafront. Keep an eye.
Okay. Red bag. Is it Santa? Is Santa working on the canal? Oh boy. An action MMO for Android and iOS? Interesting.
A canal, is it? Fascinating. If we had a ferry, we could put these days of endlessly running about behind us.
Don't you just float everywhere anyway?
Do you think I am borne aloft by the winds, lad? It takes stamina to maintain this height.
Oh, really?
You could at least try to hide the utter dismay, you know.
Really? Oh man. I'm sad because Dynazenon and 86 finished before anything else. I was watching this season and they were far and away my favorites. Wow, Dynazenon's already done? Dang. Oh, Twiwi ended last week? We just missed the episode, I guess. Unless you're talking about the other two that you just mentioned. Once I heard her say something about the canal, I got so excited because I didn't have to walk anywhere, but I ended up rarely using it. Yeah, because it sucks. It's like dumps you in useless locations and accessing the fast travel points like totally out of the way for most times you want to use it. Although I will say this, when I was in Seafront, I did use it to get back to other places. Usually if I was going to the desert or something like that from there. But whenever you're in the village, there's like no point in using it when you're in the village because you're just so close to everything else already. Oh man. Fast traveling in Automata felt like a narc move. Yeah, I didn't fast travel very often in Automata. I really liked running around in that game. I don't mind it in this game either, but I liked it in Automata. Oh, okay. Thanks for the clarification, Cloud. I have to hear the Dynazenon thing every time we play Final Fantasy together. Oh. Are you always, like, playing something from the show or something, Tanner? Oh, I see. Oh, man. Actually, you know what? I think I'm going to wrap us up here for tonight, fam. I want to save some time to go and check out Scarlet Nexus, so I still got to download that and everything. So why don't we call it? Man. This was a fun time. Boo! Don't you throw tomatoes at me. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. I'll steal your cups. I'll come right over there and take them, and I won't even replace them. Then what are you going to do? Drinking out of cups. Oh, man. You guys are great. Thank you all so much for coming by and hanging out today. It's been a really good time. Hopefully you've been enjoying the show. You folks out there are hanging out in lurk mode. I appreciate you being here too. You guys are also the real ones. Hope you've had a good night today. I will be live next Saturday at 5 p.m. Eastern time. So if you enjoyed the show, you want to catch it next week, and you happen to be new here, feel free to drop a follow and come on back. I'd love to hear from you or just have you around. Thanks to all who answered the question of the day today and took time to share your story and be part of ours. That's what it's all about here on Fence TV. I really appreciate getting opportunities to hear about things going on in your lives, hear about the things you care about, and in the case of today, hearing about things that you've done that you were really proud of. It was awesome stuff. We got to hear some cool things today. I know it's been kind of crazy out there lately, like the world's doing some crazy stuff and things are opening back up in terms of, you know, COVID restrictions, and there's a lot of anxiety surrounding that. So, you know, I know that if you're anything like me, there's probably a lot of like, I don't know what the right thing to be doing sometimes is, or like if people are going to judge me for doing one thing or another right now. And if you're feeling that way, you know, I just like to tell you, just do what you're feeling comfortable with. All right. You know, take it at your own pace. Listen to yourself. You don't have to necessarily do what other people expect of you.
they're gonna be doing what is best for them as well. So it's okay for you to do the same. If you guys are having a hard time out there and you just need some extra support and you want to talk, feel free to come by the Discord server. We've got the peer-to-peer channel there. Feel free to share things that are going on if you have something that you just want to talk about, get off your chest, or if you just, like I said, need some extra support. Those of you guys out there who are feeling just especially spinny, please don't forget that you're not alone. If you're having a hard time and you're struggling lately, we're here with you, okay? I want you guys to know that you're loved and people care about you and nobody wants anything to happen to you. Sometimes we just, fall off the wagon, we trip, we stumble a little bit, and that's okay. That's okay. We all do it. It's part of being human. Do your best to get back up. If you can't get back up today, pop a squat, make yourself comfortable as best as you can, and roll through today and try again tomorrow. All right? But be kind to yourselves, whatever you do. It'll get better. All right, my friends. Thank you so much for tuning in tonight. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your night, good weekend, and have a wonderful week. I look forward to seeing you next Saturday at 5 p.m. If you need to keep up with me in between now and then, feel free to check out Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, all at FenceChildLLG. Typically post on Twitter, so I recommend you follow there if that's what you want to do. Otherwise, I'll see you guys next week. Till then, keep your heads up and your hearts strong. I'll see you next time.